Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Mac Watson. The Department of the Interior announced Monday that it's opening more than 13 million acres of federal land for coal leases and investing $625 million to modernize coal plants and jumpstart U.S. mining. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that this is great news for the coal industry and for Wyoming specifically.
The Trump administration from day one has been talking about coal and doing things to empower coal. Artificial intelligence is going to need a lot of energy. People are basically looking for every molecule of energy that they can find from whatever energy source they can get it from.
Since the Cowboy State produces 40% of all coal in the United States, Wyoming Energy Authority Director Rob Krieger hosted several out-of-state legislators last week from states that accept Wyoming coal to see how Wyoming handles its coal industry. The county clerk accused of botching portions of the 2024 general election in northeast Wyoming and filing a false post-election audit did not show up Monday for a legislative subcommittee meeting for which she was subpoenaed. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Secretary of State Chuck Gray repeatedly stated this was more than just a simple error.
It was a 7.5-hour meeting with no lunch break, and a lot happened. Secretary of State Chuck Gray talked at length about how the real issue, in his view, is that she filed a post-election audit with his office that he said is either fraudulent or she didn't do one at all. And that was the real issue to him, is this system that's supposed to be a check on the veracity of the election results. And somehow she missed, ignored, lied about, otherwise didn't catch 21 errors.
Weston County Clerk Becky Hadlock could face up to $100 in fines and up to 6 months in jail for not complying with the subpoena. I'll be back with more news right after this.
With summer in full swing, so are the excavation projects. You may be thinking of adding some trees to the yard or installing a fence at your house. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below. Dialing 811 at least 2 business days prior to excavation allows utility members to mark their lines. This free service, offered by One Call of Wyoming, will help keep you and our community safe. For more information, visit onecallofwyoming.com.
Dozens of outraged residents gathered at the Albany County Courthouse on Monday to witness the arraignment of Stuart Schmidt. He's accused of ramming a wild horse with an ATV, which led to the animal being euthanized. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports that even though this was an arraignment, many people came out to show their support for wild horses and other animals.
This was an arraignment hearing, which means there's not any arguments made. All this individual does is come before a judge and say whether they are guilty or not guilty. In this case, he pled not guilty. But regardless of this, even this 15-minute interaction with the judge, there was about 30 community members in attendance. And I spoke to some of the people there who were telling me that they showed up today to show support for animals. These are people that feel strongly that what Schmidt is accused of is a pretty terrible thing. They said they don't want to see anything like this happen again, and a lot of the people there were calling for increased penalties. Cruelty to animals here in Wyoming, the maximum penalty that you can receive for that is 2 years in jail and about a $5,000 fine. But some of the community members were calling for fines as high as $15,000, $20,000, potentially 5 years in jail.
Schmidt is accused of charging at the wild horse with an ATV. He's facing 1 count of felony cruelty to wildlife and is out of jail on an unsecured bond. A ranch manager claims that a Gillette elk hunter who says he shot the bull of a lifetime on public land trespassed across roughly 6 miles of private land to get there. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines reports that Terrence J. Monger was cited by a Wyoming Game and Fish game warden for hunting, trapping, fishing, or collecting antlers or horns on private land without permission.
A ranch manager in the same area reached out to us and said, well, there's more to the story. We are alleging that he trespassed across our property and a neighbor's property to get there. We do show that a person with the same name on the same day was cited for trespassing while hunting. Landowners are under no obligation to give any warnings or post their property. It is the hunter's responsibility 100% all the time to know where they are.
The citation was issued for the alleged violation on September 18th and was filed Monday in circuit court. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
There is a road laid out for me.
Boxes everywhere. And this is going to be Addie's room.
I am blind,
You're really going to like it.
I hope so. Yeah. I know this road is there for me. There is a long way.
First night here, but Amy seems cool.
The ways down by the river. I am blind, but I need not see.
I got this.
I know this road is there for me.
Okay.
If I'm really free, take me down to the river and wash me. Oh, 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 oh.
Yeah, this is the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake for a Tuesday, September 30. Tomorrow it's going to be October. Get the rent check ready. Wyoming cheers. Trump injects $625 million into U.S. coal. That's good news, right? Got to have energy. That Gillette man who admitted to child sex crimes while he was applying for a job as a jailer was sentenced 24 years in prison. Ooh. The Weston County clerk, who is not on Secretary of State Chuck Gray's Christmas list, is a no-show as she's subpoenaed to appear before a committee. They called her name and it was crickets. Yesterday we were celebrating along with Terrence Monger for the monster elk he shot. Now we find out he may have trespassed over private land to get to that elk. Careful what you celebrate. I don't think you should ever celebrate online your hunt. I don't like it. I think that's a private thing. If you hunt, that's great. And if you want to show off this trophy animal that you've shot, maybe in your own private socials, even then, I mean, what is the point? What are you doing? You're glorifying your hunt kill. Good for you. You bested a 600-pound elk with 2,000 feet per second muzzle velocity. Good for you. What do you... I don't know. Maybe I don't get it. There's going to be a whole hunting world of people. I'll ask Mark Hines. Mark Hines is a big hunter. I'm not doing an end zone dance and spiking the football when I shoot an animal. I do it reverently, and it's a private matter. I don't call in all my Insta followers to enjoy the bloodshed. I just hand the ball back to the referee. Act like you've been there, man. I'm mixing up my two sports. football and hunting, but you get it. The more you touchdown celebrate your hunting kill, the more I think, rookie, you're the guy in the party hat with the funny glasses celebrating on New Year's Eve, and you're passed out by 10:30. Rookie. Act like you've been there. Anyway, I don't know if that's the case here, but yeah, careful what you celebrate. One day, Terrence Monger's like, yeah, I finally got that bull elk. The next day is, how did you shoot that bull elk? How'd you get there? Tanner Handy would like to know. He's the manager of the Quarter Circle Ranch. He told Cowboy State Daily Munger had to have trespassed over his ranch and maybe a neighboring ranch in order to even get there. Dozens turned out to make sure Stuart Schmidt feels the heat as he's accused of ramming a wild horse with his ATV. Schmidt, 60-year-old. This happened down there in where? Cheyenne area? Albany County. They got wild horses down there? Where the heck did they come from? That's a case where Stuart Schmidt, that's a private, it's a kind of a suburban HOA, suburban area, and there are wild horses on the property, and the homeowners, for the most part, just enjoy them, except for Stuart Schmidt, who enjoys running them over with his four-wheeler, allegedly. And yeah, he got about 30 people on to make sure he feels the heat, as he was arraigned the other day. Jackson Walker was there for the Cowboy State Daily. Hikers rescued from Medicine Bow Peak said the GPS app they were using's bunk. Told them they were on a trail when they weren't, etc. All Trails. I do use sometimes All Trails for my desktop map, but I would not trust All Trails out in the field. But as far as like your GPS telling you one thing and your eyeballs telling you another, been there, done that. All of us have, who have been out in the backcountry, where you're staring at your gizmo and you're looking and you're like, no, this is not the trail it says I'm on, or I don't see a trail, or something like that. Yeah, that happens. Yellowstone photographers scramble for safety when a bison came out of nowhere. You know, it's difficult for a 1-ton animal to come out of nowhere. Really? I think everybody was really concentrating on getting that photo of a grizzly bear macking on some kill. A grizzly was eating a carcass, and a whole bunch of photographers in Yellowstone were there taking photos of it. And you get a little photo blind. I don't know if there's a term for that, but you get a little blind to what you're doing. Like, you really focus in, you put the blinders on, you look at that grizz, look at that bison in my viewfinder. What the? And there's a big old buffler. Came out of nowhere. Your Honor. What am I thinking of? It came out of nowhere. Yeah, and he probably scrambled a few expensive cameras and lenses, right? Oh, there's a whole bunch more we got to get to, but I've already run out of the music. Like, I'm supposed to talk while this is happening, right? Like, oh, here's what's going on today in Cowboy State Daily. And the music already ran out, and I'm rambling on. So we could do a weather check. In fact, that sounds like a good idea, huh? Sunny and breezy in Casper, 78 the high. Mostly sunny in Lander with a high 73. Evanston, you probably see a little bit of rain. 63 your high. Rock Springs, chance of rain. 70 the high. Chance of rain in Pinedale with highs in the upper 50s. That's all. Afton, you could get to 61, but rain is likely today. DuBois, rain, 62. Jackson, rain, yep, 61. Thermopolis, mostly sunny, breezy, highs 80. Cody, chance of rain after about 1, 75 the high. Powell, slight chance of rain after 3, 77 the high. Buffalo, sunny, 77. Sheridan, sunny, 85. Gotta be the hot spot, right? We'll check in with Torington, but I think Sheridan might be the winner. Woo, pack the tank top in Sheridan today. Sunny in Gillette with highs 81. Newcastle, sunny, 82. Torington, only going to get to 84, so Sheridan wins. Sunny and 84 in Torington. Sunny, breezy in Douglas, highs 80. Slight chance of rain around 3-ish. In the state capital, Cheyenne, 74 the high. Laramie, you'll top out at 69 with a slight chance of rain in the afternoon as well. And mostly sunny, breezy, 68 in Rollins. That takes you around the state in 100 days. Around the world in 180 days, right? Let's see. Tomorrow, by the way, is October 1st, of course. We've switched the calendar, switched months. Officially, for me, officially fall. I count all of September as summerish. Case in point, Sheridan today. 85 and sunny. That's still summer. But October, once it starts October, that's hunting season. That's fall. Put away the boat and get ready for fall. October 1st. But it also, tomorrow happens to be our 1-year anniversary on the air on Cowboy State Daily show with Jake. We launched, never thought we'd get this far. I said yes to the bosses for, let's try it for a month, see what happens. And here I am still waking up at dark 30 and talking, blowing hot air for 4 hours a day. Still, tomorrow will be the 1-year anniversary. We launched on October 1st, 2024. Wow. So, yeah, we'll have some fanfare. We'll do some stuff. Somebody send me a cake, maybe. Day weather forecast. There's I'm looking at some of the satellite photos. I think there's a new hurricane tropical storm cooking up. It was late hurricane season. It was late getting started, but boy, it's going now. I think we got 2 of them, Umberto and Gabrielle, that are both fighting to see which one wants to get to the U.S. And then I think now there's another one. Maybe. We'll ask Don what's going on out there in the Atlantic Ocean. Where to start with the news? Yeah, sometimes I just like to set the scene in the first shot here before we take a break and then start digging in. National news, by the way. Bad Bunny announced as the Super Bowl halftime show performer. What do you think of that? Last year it was Kendrick Lamar, right? I thought that was a reach. I mean, if you're going to do a rap star, get one that's pretty popular, right? Like Kendrick Lamar he sort of flies a bit below the radar. I mean, he's a Drake wannabe. Drake would have been superstar enough, but Kendrick Lamar, show me where he is this time next year, Like, where is he now? He hasn't put out anything new since that Super Bowl performance last year. I thought that was a reach when he was announced as the halftime show. A lot of people did not like it. If you're going to do rap as a genre for the halftime show, it has to be kind of white rap, okay? For like saran wrap. It's got to be kind of mainstream rap for those people that are scared of rap, for those people who didn't sign up to attend a rap concert. They're not heavily armed enough to attend a rap concert. They don't own a 9mm. There's some people who just are not going to get there. Some old school football fans who still think the Colts play in Baltimore. They're not going to enjoy Kendrick Lamar. They're not going to know who he is. And when they see him and hear him, they're going to be like, oh. That was not a good choice last year. And it wasn't a good show. I mean, I know Kendrick Lamar. I occasionally might listen to his music or play it as a DJ, but he's pretty low on the list. And you should be high on the list to even be considered to play a coveted slot like this Super Bowl halftime show. You better be like one of the top 10, top 20 most downloaded songs kind of artist. And Kendrick Lamar's not in the top 100 in that definition. So what do you think about Benito Antonio Martinez Ocasio? No, it's not AOC. It's pretty dang close. Like Bad Bunny. I think Bad Bunny, I don't mind it. I don't mind it. For those of you clued in, he is got more hits than you can count on all fingers, all toes, and then go get a friend. Lot of hits. Maybe you don't know them because he doesn't sing in English. That could be a problem. But for a guy who sings only in Spanish, that his songs are all Spanish. There's no English in his songs. He's about as big as you can get. Like huge influence. Worldwide, he is a pop superstar who doesn't sing in English. Kind of like the male version of Shakira, although Shakira will drop some English now and then. Benito says no, he'll never sing in English, doesn't want to. Doesn't need to. He's huge. And I've seen plenty of white college frat boys love Bad Bunny. Love him and know his music. I think it's a good choice. It's edgy, but it's not Kendrick Lamar. It's not like Off the Reservation. Like, what are you doing, NFL, last year? This is more like, oh. Now, sure, there'll be some that'll say, who's Bad Bunny? But that's intentional. That's to weed out grandpa, okay? You need to know that they've named somebody so hip that grandpa doesn't know who it is. That's cool. If grandpa knew who it was, and that ruins it. You're like, halftime show. My grandmother knows who this is. That's not cool. It's like Elvis in the 50s. You want to make sure your grandparents don't like the artist or don't know the artist. Then you know you got a winner. So you've disenfranchised those who were probably out the door anyway, unless you announced, the Everly Brothers were going to come out of the grave and do the halftime show. You weren't going to get grandpa anyway with any artist. Supposedly Taylor Swift was asked to perform, and she made a demand, and the NFL said no, supposedly. I don't know what the demand was. Probably I'll only do it if the Kansas City Chiefs are in the Super Bowl, so Kelsey can see me. Maybe. I don't know what her. I don't even know if that's true, but that's what I heard is Taylor Swift would be. But she made a demand, and the NFL said no. Maybe she wanted to do like 3 costume changes, and the NFL said, look, we only have a certain amount of time. We're actually playing a football game here, Taylor. I don't know. But I like the Bad Bunny choice. It's edgy, it's different, yet the guy's as big as you can be, being alternative. I don't know. What do you folks think? We'll talk about it later. I'll talk about it with our cowboy. Kevin Meyer will be on. Kevin Meyer will be a good one to bounce it off of, because I bet Kevin Meyer doesn't know who Bad Bunny is, but his son might. So we'll see what Cowboy Kevin thinks when we talk to him later. 307-999-TALK. Tell me what you think. 307-999-TALK. 999-8255. Shoot me a text. Let me know what you think of the halftime show choice, the show performed by Bad Bunny. Do you know who that is? If so, do you think it's a good choice? Or just say, I have no idea who that is. I'll probably go get a beer or two or three during the halftime show. Let's take a quick break here. We'll be right back with more on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Move.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the-right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
I was a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Yeah, what say, Willie Mays? Renee Jean's story, Wyoming cheering as President Trump injects a cool $625 million into U.S. coal, opens up 13 million acres for leasing. 13 million acres. Is that a lot? I mean, yeah, I guess that's a lot. What is that in square miles? Let's make AI do something useful. 13 million acres equals square miles. Get on it, Siri. Get on it, AI, you robot. That's 20,000 square miles. Well, that does seem like a lot. 20,000 square miles. That's how much land is opened up, federal land, for coal leases. All good news about coal. Department of Interior under Trump's administration announced yesterday, that it's opening up more than 13 million acres of federal land for coal leases, investing $625 million to modernize coal plants and jumpstart U.S. mining. Coal has been in the crapper, pretty much. Coal's been persona non grata. Coal's been about as welcome as finding that in your Christmas stocking. But there's indication that coal's on the comeback. Wyoming Energy Authority Director Rob Krager hosted several out-of-state legislators last week from states that accept Wyoming coal. Wyoming is ready to start pumping coal out. And Krager, when asked, I think Krager was asked if there's coal reserves are running low. Wyoming Energy Authority Director Rob Krager. We should have him on the show. We've had Travis Detail. We've had a lot of people in the energy sector. We should get Krager on here. Rob Cole Krager. When asked whether Wyoming coal reserves are running low, he said, no. Just look at the West. Coal keeps going. Coal keeps going as far as you can see. We got plenty of coal. Ask Greg Johnson, managing editor of the Cowboy State Daily. He said many times that coal in Wyoming is just piled up. We can't burn it fast enough. We're the only ones consuming coal. Because under the Biden administration and certain interpretations of Clean Air Act, coal's not welcome to the party. It's like the guy who shows up to the wedding in Birkenstocks and cut off jean shorts. Like, dude, or the best man who shot at a wedding. I have DJ'd a lot of weddings, and I have not seen that. I've seen fights. I'm off topic already. This happened in Maplewood. Where is this? Minnesota? Who's 651 area code? Is that Maplewood Drive, Keller Regional Park? I'm finding this story in something called MN Crime. MN would be Minnesota. If you know anybody with information about a shooting of the best man at a wedding by the groom, boy, with best men like these, I'd hate to see the worst man. 651 is the area code. That sounds like it could be Minnesota. 651 area code is, Minnesota. That sounds just about right. Minnesota. Somebody's about a six-pack in before the wedding even starts. They found the groom, 36-year-old man from St. Paul. Oh, there you go, St. Paul, Minnesota, with one gunshot wound to each leg. First responders applied tourniquets. He was taken to the hospital. The victim lost consciousness at one time. Okay. The shooting happened after the groom and his best man began arguing during the wedding gathering. Oh, too bad it wasn't during the speech, right? When the best man does a speech, that's when you would think it would happen, right? Here's a toast from my best man. The best man recalls a few stories of old, and maybe some of the stories involve some hookers, and the bride starts blushing, and the groom's like, that's it. Cut. And the best man keeps going with an inappropriate toast, and the next thing you know, somebody's brandishing a firearm. I have not seen a shooting at a wedding. But the season's not over yet. I still go till November 1st, so we'll see. How did I get on that topic? I don't even know how one gets there from coal. I mean, we're talking about coal. Nobody wants, coal's been disinvited from the wedding of America. Nobody wants Wyoming's coal. They might want it in Japan. They might want it in some of the Far East markets, but we can't get it there because of stupid Oregon and stupid California, who don't want to even see our coal at one of their shipping ports. Wow. So although that may change. So that's why coal is just piling up in Wyoming. We got plenty of it. Don't worry, says Krager. We got coal. You just tell us when and where to start shipping it. And we're ready to go. Some of that money hopefully will jumpstart. I don't know how many of our coal diggers, our coal-fired power plants. I mean, nobody's going to turn down money. But $650 million to kind of jumpstart things, that'll come in handy. Senators John Barrasso, Cynthia Lummis were both on hand during the announcement yesterday. So was Wyoming Governor Mark Gordon. They were all in Washington, D.C. with the DOI Interior Secretary Doug Berman. He made the announcement. Barrasso and Lummis gave the golf clap. And we're all happy in Wyoming. Getting ready to burn some coal. What else? Yeah, this this Gillette guy, boy, I don't know how I feel on this one. We've all seen people sentenced to inappropriate time behind bars, right? Like, for the most part, if I had to ask a blanket question across the United States, when you see a judge sentence a criminal for whatever the crime is, would you say criminals today are sentenced too harshly, appropriately, or are let off too easy? I mean, I'm just taking the temperature of the room, and I think most Americans would say we're too easy on crime, too easy on criminals. Judges are too lenient in sentencing for the most part. And I'm talking about violent offenders, people that should not be out loose, people that have already proven that they're stabby or shoot or whatever, like violent offenders who go on to do something and then we're like, well, he's got a rap sheet this long. There's no surprise. Then there's others who steal, siphon money from Social Security. We're going to talk about that woman in a moment. But what do you think about this sentencing? And I'm not saying the crime is right. I'm saying, do we fit the punishment to the crime? I don't know. I'm undecided on this. A Gillette man, 19-year-old Gillette man, 19, Renee Jean writes the story, was sentenced to up to 24 years in prison. Now, it's for molesting 3 young girls. So let's not make light of the offense. Somewhere there are 3 young girls who didn't ask to be touched or sexually messed with by someone who was older. This Gillette man confessed to these crimes. We didn't have to go catch him. So I am counting that in the pro column of the pros and cons. The Gillette man was taking a polygraph test, applying for a job at the Campbell County Sheriff's Office. He wanted to work in the jail. Now he's going to be in jail. During the polygraph, Bradley Hudson, 19-year-old, told investigators that just came out with it. I don't even know what the line of questioning was. He just blurted out with it that he had sexual behavior when with young girls, and it began when he was himself a child, younger than 10. So let's say Brad Hudson is 9 years old and he's messing with a, 5-year-old. And this continued on and off through the age of 18. His victims were all juveniles, younger than him, preteen and younger during the crimes. Is this real crimey stuff? Yes. Never appropriate. Ever. But Hudson would be, if it completes the entire sentence, would be 43 years old by the time he gets out. Some of these things he did wrong, again, happened when he was 10 years old. So he's got issues, no doubt. But here is, the mom came forward and spoke on his behalf. And I'm sure she said, I come to you as a mom. Anyone who knows me knows my children and my world. Shannon Hudson told the judge that the victims have forgiven her son and have been in counseling. She said, I love you, Lee, to her son, and I hope to see you really soon. Everyone makes mistakes. I forgive you. Hudson gave his own testimony, or gave a brief statement. Hudson himself, the 19-year-old, he said, I want everyone to know that I know it was a crime. But more importantly, I want my victims to know it was wrong before God. I would just like to take this time to say how sorry I am and ask for their forgiveness. Hudson says he knew at the time what he was doing was wrong. He said, I broke the trust of those I should have protected most. That sin is going to stay with me for the rest of my life. Hudson said he believes he still must face the consequences of his actions. He continued, quote, today I'm prepared to do just that, to take my consequences without complaining. That's a little more that's a better admission, a better statement from a criminal than I've heard. Usually it's, I didn't do it. You got the wrong guy. And then it's, well, I did it because I was drunk on drugs, whatever. This is somebody who came forward from the beginning, which I admire, but it doesn't erase what happened. What do you think? Gillette man sentenced to up to 24 years in prison for sex charges, 25 in all, felony level sex charges. 12 of them punishable by up to 15 years in prison. 13 of the charges punishable by up to 10 years in prison. So the 24 years max in prison was apparently lenient from the judge. Who was the judge anyway? Prosecutor Nathan Hankes, Judge Matthew Castano. Okay. Yeah. Castano did say the 19-year-old will have a chance to earn a lighter sentence through successful performance in the Youthful Offenders Transition Program. So he possibly could be looking for something less than 24 years. But for molesting 3 young girls, 19-year-olds sentenced Monday to up to 24 years in prison. That story in the Cowboy State Daily. Renee Jean wrote it. We'll be right back after the second break of this hour. See you in 3 minutes. Stay there.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill? No. You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kids should know.
Did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars, with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org, because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
Yeah, getting to it on a Tuesday Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Hikers rescued from Medicine Bow Peak say the GPS they were using is the reason they were stranded in need of rescue. Albany County Search and Rescue deployed Sunday. Bad weather and bad intel from their GPS mapping app. A pair of hikers were using all trails. The problem with all trails is it's usually accurate, but not always. It's crowdsourced info. And you know what happens when you crowdsource stuff? It's like Wikipedia. Like, you can't take it as gospel. Wikipedia is probably correct about whatever you look up, but not necessarily. Nobody has vetted it. Nobody answers. Nobody, the buck doesn't stop anywhere with Wikipedia or all trails. There's nobody, no person who vets this stuff and makes sure it's correct. It's just crowdsourced. People who hike these trails say, yeah, here's the trail. What if they're wrong? What if only 2 people made the trail at all trail or put the post on all trails that, yes, there's a trail here. When you're on Medicine Bow Peak, enjoy this trail. And what if they're wrong? That's what the hikers say. The hikers wisely sheltered in place after they claim the Old Trails GPS app misled them into a treacherous boulder field. You still need to exercise some common sense. Now, I'm not saying that's the case here. I've been there and I've seen the GPS mislead me. But at some point when you're, how far into a boulder field do you walk before you say, this is not a trail? I've seen plenty of software show me I should be on a trail, and I probably am on a trail, but the trail is the software has not been updated. Like, this is not a trail anymore. Golly, I remember one hike. It was a long hike, and I had my 2 dogs with me. And I still remember still today the looks these 2 dogs gave me. Like, what are you doing, man? We're lost. We're off trail. It was a trail that it had experienced a blowdown, a microburst. Trees were just down like pixie sticks all over this trail for about almost a mile, maybe. And I just doggedly stayed with it because, for one, I thought, if I try to find another way, I'll just get more lost. At least I know there is a trail here, or there was. And we're just going to have to figure it out. It can't last forever. Like, I just would not quit this trail. And it was horrible. Crawling over trees, under trees, occasionally sighting what might be a trail under all this debris. It was like landslide, trees down. It looked like, I don't know what happened, what hit this trail, but it was obliterated. And I'm just staring at the GPS, and the dogs are staring at me, and I'm like, no, there's supposed to be a trail here. We got to stick with it. The trail will come back. And these dogs were border collies, so they knew better. They could probably have found a better, these are the smartest breed of dog ever. And they just looking at me like, do you need it? Help? Just ask for help. Just reach out, because you look lost. So yeah, I've been there. I've been lost where you're got one eye on the GPS, one eye on what is actually happening. And you're like, this does not add up. This does not compute. Albany County Sheriff Aaron Applehans told Cowboy State Daily on Monday that the hikers did make one wise decision. As storm clouds rolled in, bringing rain, snow, lightning, they did shelter in place, hunker down and get through it. We saw what happened with lightning with those hikers in southern Colorado, remember? Killed by lightning. Information on GPS mapping apps can sometimes be inaccurate because, says Central Wyoming Trails Alliance President and Director Austin Burgess, because it's crowdsourced. We got to have Austin on the show. That would be cool to talk to him about trails and mapping and stuff like that. I didn't even know there was such a thing as the Central Wyoming Trails Alliance. Director of that outfit is Austin Burgess, and Austin says you got to watch out with these GPS mapping apps. They can be inaccurate if they're crowdsourced. He's the area administrator for another hiking app called Trail Forks. He recommends using that. He said, my personal position is that every single one of these apps needs to have an area administrator like Trail Forks does. So in other words, you need to have an actual person answerable to the info on these apps. So if it's a crowdsourced trail and the trail is not accurate, there needs to be somebody like, for instance, Austin Burgess, who can say, oh, yeah, you're right. There isn't a trail there. Let me take that off the software, off the app. Hikers told rescuers they were trying to follow a route listed on this software and ended up in a boulder field instead. Sheriff Applehans said the hikers might have confused one route listed as a hiking trail with another that was an off-road vehicle trail. Well, either way, a road or trail, that's what you want to be on. You don't want to be walking through a boulder field. Anytime you're walking through a bouldering field, you're not on the trail. I can tell you that. Something's wrong. The hikers were also not dressed for the weather that got on top of them, said the sheriff. Yeah, when you're at elevation this time of year, you can leave the truck in the trailhead at 73 degrees and it's wonderful. And later that day, something rolls in and you've already climbed 1,000, 2,000 feet. It could be 50 at best, 40s maybe. And in this case, snowing. Very easily could happen. These are things you learn when you've hiked a while. You got to be around. If you live through it, you got to have some experience if you're out in the country in Wyoming. Don't trust your device as Bible. It's a helpful tool, but it's not Bible. The final decision is yours and your eyeballs. Many times. Same thing for the weather. Don Day will tell you that. Weather forecast, yeah, useful. Should be sunny and 75 and not a drop of rain. Yeah, that's useful. Don't take it as gospel. Your eyes are the last decision. Skiing in the backcountry. Is the snow stable? Is it avalanche prone? Your eyes are the last decision. It's up to you. No matter what the avalanche hazard forecast is, no matter what others say, you make that final call. And if you don't know, don't go. If you don't like it, if there's something about it, if the software tells you there's a trail and it looks like a bunch of boulders, make the call, man. You have artificial intelligence. You have actual intelligence. Remove the A. Never mind AI. You have I. And your eye should tell you there's no trail here. This is just a bunch of boulders. And make that call. Could save yourself. Mark Hines has a story about stranded hikers hiking up there on Medicine Bow, Albany County. Sheriff's Office, Albany County Search and Rescue had to come out. All's well that ends well. Everybody was okay. Everybody rescued. That's good news. All right, that's going to do it for us for the hour. But we got way more coming, so this is not your excuse to scurry off. Hang on. Bad Bunny will perform the halftime show, and then we'll be back. No, that's actually the Super Bowl. We're going to break for top of the hour news for many of our radio affiliates. They'll do their things, we'll do our thing, and we'll meet up here again in about 5 minutes. What do you say? Cowboy State Daily Radio Network on a Tuesday. Thanks for riding along with us.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Mac Watson. A pilot was hurt Saturday when his aerobatic kit plane flipped after striking a dirt berm during an emergency landing in an alfalfa field northeast of the Torington Municipal Airport shortly after takeoff. Cowboy State Daily's Scott Schwebke reports that the single-engine plane was en route from an air show in Spanish Fork, Utah, to its headquarters near Sioux Falls, South Dakota, when the accident happened around 4 p.m.
They stopped at the Torington Airport to refuel. All 4 planes refueled. They took off. The lead plane, however, almost immediately after it took off, began descending and losing altitude, probably some kind of an engine problem. The pilot tried to make it back to the airport but couldn't, and ended up in an alfalfa field where it turned over, and he was injured, had abrasions and cuts but no broken bones, and he was taken to the local Torrington hospital where he was later released. And the cause is being looked at by the National Transportation Safety Board.
The pilot, whose name has not been released, had taken off after refueling at the Torington Municipal Airport. His plane encountered a mechanical problem less than 4 minutes later. State Representative Bill Alamon of Casper told Cowboy State Daily on Monday that neither he nor his family own any land that has been leased to wind energy developers. Now, Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports that was a response to Bar None Public Works Director Dustin Smart, who claims Alamon is hypocritically leasing land to wind developers while at the same time showing staunch opposition to public subsidies for nuclear storage projects.
Now, this is a huge accusation because Bill Alamon is a very big opponent of nuclear energy developments, and this sort of argument kind of weakens his stance a bit. So I spoke to the representative today, and I asked him about these accusations, which he flatly denied. He said that he does not own a single acre of land anywhere in the United States, and he said that his family doesn't own any land in the counties where these wind turbine developments were.
Smart claims via social media that Alamon has an incentive behind his anti-nuclear platform, according to a series of screenshots Alamon released in a Sunday press release addressing the allegation. I'll be back with more news right after this.
With summer in full swing, so are the excavation projects. You may be thinking of adding some trees to the yard or installing a fence at your house. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below. Dialing 811 at least 2 business days prior to excavation allows utility members to mark their lines. This free service, offered by One Call of Wyoming, will help keep you and our community safe. For more information, visit onecallofwyoming.com.
2 hikers were trapped in a storm Sunday on Medicine Bow Peak in Albany County and needed to be extracted by Albany County Search and Rescue. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that the hikers are claiming that the All Trails GPS app misled them into a treacherous boulder field.
They supposedly claim that the app they were using, this All Trails GPS app they were using, kind of led them astray and led them into that spot or that boulder field in the first place. I talked to a couple different people. First of all, I reached out to All Trails. They did respond. They do dispute that claim. They said that that trail is properly marked on their app and it's marked as an extremely difficult trail. No GPS app is going to be 100% right all the time.
The Albany County Sheriff's Office say the hikers wisely sheltered in place. They were rescued without incident. And Yellowstone National Park is one of the few places in North America where you can see bears, bison, and other wild animals thriving in their natural habitat. But as Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports, usually it's the people who get too close. But not this time.
The rules are clear. You're supposed to maintain 25 yards between yourself and all bison in Yellowstone National Park, but there's not really a rule set for when the bison decides to close the distance with you. So a bunch of people were watching the grizzly that hauled the elk out of the pit of mud near the eastern entrance, and they almost got blindsided by this bison because they were on the top of a really steep ridge that they didn't think a bison could walk up, but then a ranger spotted it. He alerted everybody to get back, and the bison just wandered through where everybody had been standing moments before watching the grizzly gorge itself. So sometimes the bison just decide to close the distance rather than people closing the distance, which is what happens more often, results in the injuries that we see in the parks when people get too close to the bison.
The bison seemed mildly curious about all the camera equipment, but eventually lost interest and wandered off on its own. Thankfully, no one was injured. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
During high school, I hung with the wrong crowd and I never graduated.
I helped Santiago in many different ways, like all fathers do, because he always wanted to go to college.
I felt a little embarrassed to come back to school, but eventually, once I came here, I knew that it's for a bigger goal.
He was very dedicated, hardworking. He connected with his teachers. He connected with other students. That was one of the key reasons why he was able to keep forging ahead.
It was amazing to see him graduate. This was one thing that meant so much to him, and of course, it meant so much to us too.
With the help of my father and having my son, that was all the motivation that I needed. That support is everything.
Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org.
Writes in on Facebook comments section about the show. We were talking about trails and trying to follow trails that your GPS says should be there. And you're quite certain they're there, even if you're with a couple of dogs who say there ain't no trail here. Shirley says, yeah, blowdown is terrible on trails. Yeah. Sometime you get a whole, microburst and a whole bunch of trees will just blow down, like quarter mile, half mile, landslides, all kinds of natural disaster things could obliterate a trail that is supposed to be there. Seen it happen. And these hikers, that wasn't the case in this situation, but it's just a reminder to do your thing. Don't let the electronic gizmos tell you everything when you're out there in the backcountry. Yellowstone photographers scramble to safety after a bison comes out of nowhere. About 40 photographers. 40. That's a lot, man. Although, if you get a grizzly eating a carcass, how long do you think it takes to collect 40 shutterbugs alongside the road in Yellowstone? Like in July or August? 8 minutes. 5 minutes. If a grizzly, I'll tell you, the first person stops. And for anyone who's never been to Yellowstone, and you go to Yellowstone for the first time and you want to see a bear, and you got kids, your dad, you're driving the station wagon, and you're doing all you can to keep your eyes on the road because it's bumper to bumper in Yellowstone. And that Looney Tune in front of you is doing something weird, and then the RV in front of him is doing 20 miles an hour up the hills because he can't go any faster, and you're aggravated. You're not looking. The wife is too busy criticizing your driving to be looking for wildlife. It's usually the kids in the back seat who might spot something. oh, Dad, there's a, but 9 times out of 10, no. Here's how you're going to find a grizzly bear in Yellowstone. It guaranteed, it never fails. And this is what I would tell everybody who's ever been there. Wait for the bear jam. You're not going to be the first person to see a grizzly bear ever. The statistics would say it is highly unlikely you'll be the first guy. I know someone had to be the first, right? A bear jam doesn't organically happen by happenstance. Some guy didn't pull over to go to the bathroom and all of a sudden the grizzly was there. It's usually someone has to be the first guy, but it's not going to be you ever. So yeah, just like the lottery, somebody has to win the Powerball, but it won't be you. You will not see the bear first. You will see everyone else who saw the bear before you. And that's when you know you've got a grizzly bear sighting. And it doesn't take long after this mythical first guy sees the bear, or first gal, we won't get gender on it, then it all piles up. It'd take about 8 minutes for 40 photographers to get their $1,000 cameras out there on a tripod. That's my guess. Even in late September, 40 photographers had their cameras trained on a grizzly bear that was eating a carcass. And it must have been eating for quite a while, because one dude has set up his lawn chair and he's got a beer there. I kid you not. Look at this story from, who wrote this story? Andrew Rossi. Is Andrew going to be on today? No, Andrew's scheduled for tomorrow. I'm looking at the photo now of the bison that came out of nowhere, the photographers say. But I'm also looking at the chair, the camp chair with the, it's probably not a beer. It's probably, looks like an iced tea. But let's just say it's a beer. That is so American. It's so Americana. Hold my beer. This is how long these photographers were camped out watching the bison. There's a camp chair there with a beer in the beer holder, and everybody's just kicking back watching this grizzly. So yeah, no wonder the bison comes out of nowhere. You got all you're staring at your camera lens, watching the grizz, and all of a sudden there's this buffalo right there in your viewfinder. Oh, that's got to be frightening. Wapiti resident Nancy Pichette was taking pictures in Yellowstone. This happened on, all the way back on September 17th. So mid-month. Yeah, still busy in Yellowstone for sure. And we're still waiting to see whether Superintendent of Yellowstone Cam Shawley will be on our show and maybe announcing that we've hit the 5 million mark. Visitors per season. We've never made it to 5 million. We've been in the high fours, but this could be a year. There was a lot heavy visitation this season. This could be the year when we tally it all up that we got to 5 million visitors in Yellowstone. That'd be something. Nancy was there with about, she estimates, 40 other photographers. And a bison strode up a steep hill and decided to crash their photo party. It happened really quickly, Pichette says. We usually see bison coming, yeah, because they're so large. But this one definitely came out of nowhere. And people just abandoned their expensive gizmos and cameras and ran for their lives. This bison checked out the cameras and looked at a few of the binoculars and rangefinders, whatever else is out there, and then moved on. I guess he could have wrecked this stuff. Thousands of dollars worth of cameras, tripods, spotting scopes, hastily abandoned. to give the bison a wide berth, and he just sort of walked through it. I don't think he even knocked anything over. He just carefully tiptoed through there until he got bored and then left. Good story from Andrew Rossi, and the best part of it is, of course, the camp chair with the beer. Yeah, Nancy Pichette took that photo, by the way, of the bison just rolling through the photographer clutch, whatever you call a mass gathering of photographers. If you got a mass gathering of crows, it's a murder. What do you call a mass gathering of photographers? I don't know. You call them running for their lives when a bison strodes through. Jackson Walker writes a story about Bill Alleman. We've had him on the show. Wyoming representative. He's part of the House Legislative House, Bill Alleman. He's the guy who attended one of the Bar None meetings regarding nuclear power. Bar None is trying to decide whether to welcome radiant nuclear into the community. Radiant has, I can't catch you up on all of it, but you probably have been listening. Radiant wants to come into Bar None and do their deal. Bar None mayor and some council members are fairly pro on the idea, but a lot of residents in Bar None are, at least it seems a majority of residents in Bar None are a little hesitant. They're worried about nuclear power and especially about storing spent nuclear fuel. Bill Alleman showed up to one meeting. He's a Republican out of Casper, and he said, 71 or 70-something% of my constituents are against this. And the mayor told him to sit down, shut up. Said he didn't have any standing at the meeting, and Alleman thought, wow, that's not how we do meetings. That's not following Robert's Rules of Order. We had Alleman on. We've had the mayor on, too. We've had everybody in this situation on the show, except for Bar None Public Works Director Dustin Smart. Smart has now thrown his hat in the ring as far as the ring being a 3-ring circus. Smart made some posts on social media. How many times do we have to tell you? Don't write that on Facebook. Think twice before you click. Smart wrote somewhere on socials, attempts to contact Public Works guy Smart were unsuccessful, but apparently he wrote in a post, Bill, referring to Alleman, because Alleman is anti-nuclear as far as this particular project in Bar None. And Smart wrote, Bill, please fact check this while you sanctimoniously fight nuclear energy and radiant specifically. You cry about no tax money to subsidize for private business. You're being paid massive amounts of federal taxpayer subsidy money for leasing your family ranch to next-gen wind turbine owners who sell that electricity to California. Now, whether that's true or not, unknown. Alleman said it's 100% false. Completely inaccurate. Smart had later issued an apology and clarified. He said he shouldn't have been so offensive. I guess this did take place in Facebook. Nothing good happens on Facebook, kids. It's why all kids today aren't on it. Go ask a 14-year-old about Facebook. They'd be like, they don't have Facebook accounts. They don't do Facebook. They're smarter than you adults. Don't vent, don't rant, and don't share your opinion on Facebook. Certainly not concerning a contentious issue like this. You got to know better. You got to be the adult in the room here. We got to take a break because I need to set the scene for our weather guy, and we got a ton of guests coming up. Don Day, next after this.
The Seroptimists of Cody are inviting you to join them for their 17th annual Run for Hope, Saturday, October 4th. This 5K, 10K chip timed walk and run starts at the Rec Center at 9:30 a.m. with a kids race at 9. Proceeds support the Laney Cole Memorial Women's Cancer Fund. You can register for $35 in advance, $40 the day of the race. Discounted kids and student rates are available. You can register at Sunlight Sports in downtown Cody or online at runsignup.com. See you Saturday, October 4th for the Cody Seroptimist Run for Hope.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner.
Go. Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there. We're the family.
Yeah!
Oh, I thought you were on my team.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, and I'm already sick of my sound beds. I got to change it up. Tomorrow is a change of the month, so that'd be a good time to get some new music in here. Also, tomorrow marks our 1-year anniversary, Don Day. Did you know that?
I did not know that. That's cool.
I know. 1 year of doing this. Oh, I'm small again. You think after a year of doing this, I can figure out the Zoom camera? Apparently not. There we go. I'm fixed. Okay.
Larger than life.
Larger, not larger than you. You are the star of this segment. You are the weather forecaster, Don Day, day weather forecast, and I want you to make sense of the sensational news I'm seeing. Back to back to back hurricanes, Gabrielle, Imelda, Umberto. They could strike anywhere from Miami to Boston. We don't know yet. 3 hurricanes just lining up outside of the Atlantic Ocean.
Well, Gabrielle is done.
Oh.
He's out in the middle of nowhere. There's really good news, actually. It does look like both Umberto and Imelda are going to graze the mid-Atlantic, some of the southeastern seaboard with some rain and some wind, but it looks like the worst of the weather is going to stay out to sea.
Okay. Darn. I was ready for massive destruction, sensational headlines, and maybe a Zephyr or two.
Ooh, a Zephyr.
What is
that? Just sounds so good.
Is a Zephyr a weather thing or no?
I don't think so.
Oh, well, you would know. What am I thinking of?
That is just something that I haven't thought of putting into a weather forecast. Is Zephyr.
Is there a weather phenomenon that starts with a Z? What am I thinking of? A Zephyr. Like a mild summer breeze Zephyr? Is that a thing? Or am I just making it up? Yeah, I'm just making it up. I don't know.
Well, you have my interest piqued, so I will look that up.
I swear, Zephyr is a weather terminology, but if
it might be a strong wind or something like that.
Okay. Any Zephyrs today in Wyoming? We're looking pretty nice today, although rainy. Maybe
there's going to be showers in the west. So the western counties of the state, you've got a good chance of showers today. And really for the next couple of days, you're closer to the Pacific moisture. The rest of Wyoming, really the next 4 days, and even western Wyoming, is going to be pretty nice. We mentioned this yesterday, Jake. We've got a change coming this weekend. And it really is looking like the northern and northwest mountains of the state are going to see their first significant snowfall of the fall season. And temperatures in many parts of Wyoming, Monday will only be in the 40s and 50s.
When is it now? This many hunters are doing their thing. So if this catches them by surprise, if this happens over the weekend?
This happens over the weekend.
Okay.
Saturday night is when it kind of starts in the far north and west, but really it's Sunday into early Monday. And October 1 is the start of a lot of seasons.
Yeah.
And it's also the start of rifle seasons. So you transition from the bow hunting to the rifle season. And with it mild and pleasant like it is, if you don't stay on top of it, this is where hunters can get into trouble.
Yeah.
So we're into October tomorrow. So this is when we should start to see and expect these things.
Okay. Be aware. Yeah, you should be ready for a little cooler weather.
especially if you have your Zephyr tag and you're going after going after those Zephyrs.
I'm hunting me a trophy Zephyr. We'll ask Boone and Crockett what is the trophy for Zephyr. We got to look at that. I think Zephyr's a weather thing.
Okay.
Maybe it's old.
Like I said, I will do some research.
Okay. Thanks, Don. Appreciate
Bye-bye.
it. Good weather forecast. Day weather forecast from Don Day does not include any Zephyrs, but we got hurricanes piling up one after another out there in the East Coast. But apparently they're probably not going to be too much trouble. Let's go. Speaking of back-to-back hurricanes, our next guest, back-to-back guest, that's Jamie Hansen. She's with us. Jamie, welcome to the show. Well, they should name a hurricane after you. What do you think?
Absolutely.
I don't know why we just finished up with our weather guy, Don Day, so we were talking weather, hurricanes. We're trying to decide whether Zephyr is a weather term. I swear I know. I've heard Zephyr, but I
wish I could tell you, but I'm not a meteorologist.
No, you are, though, a rising star in the music world.
Thank you.
You know, Jamie, I heard some of your music. I listened to Waiting for the Weekend, going back to 2021, Somewhere in Wyoming. I've heard you sing that. To me, you've got a little Jennifer Nettles going on, Sugarland.
That's so funny you say that. First of all, thank you. I just had some folks ask me to perform Stay by Jennifer Nettles, and they were like, you need to have that in your set list. So that's funny.
You have her timbre, you have her tonal quality. I don't know. There's something about it. Your voice reminds me of her, but yet your voice changes. I've heard you do some covers, and I don't know. It's hard to pin you down. Jamie Hansen is a musician that you should put down on your calendar, put it on your refrigerator door or something, because this is somebody, whether she's leading a pack string or fronting a band on stage, you may encounter Jamie Hansen. So
you might catch me in the backcountry, and you might catch me performing at your favorite venues. So
Right.
thank you.
we don't never know where you're going to show up. How was your August? Was busy. You were here, and I missed you. You were in Jackson, Snake River Brewing, Bentwood Inn.
Yes, I was at the Bentwood Inn, and then I was at Snake River Brewing. Ran into Bill Clinton there, so that was a lot of fun.
Oh my goodness. I missed it, doggone it. You were at No Woodstock and 10 Sleep. You were
Yes, sir.
Cowboy Saloon at Laramie, the Colonel and Cody. You were all over the place in August. Busy month for you?
Very busy, probably the busiest I've ever been.
So
I'm very, very blessed.
Where next up, we see you, I think you're playing October 3rd, coming up, UW Homecoming. What are you doing for that in Laramie?
Yeah, so that's going to be on the Simpsons Plaza, which is right outside of the Student Union. Full band show, 5 to 6 p.m. And I'm so excited. I've never gotten to play Homecoming. It's the first time for me.
That'll be nice. You've gotten to play a lot of things. You've gotten to play a lot of cool live gigs. Tell me about recording. Let's go back to the song. The video is fun. Where did you shoot the video? You shot the video for Waiting for the Weekend, which reminds me of like going way back, Working for the Weekend. Who is that?
There you go.
Is that REO Speedwagon? Who was that? I can't remember.
A little before my time.
Before
but
your
I do
time,
like
Jamie.
the song. Yeah, we filmed Waiting for the Weekend. That video was out at Lake Hattie by Laramie, Wyoming.
Okay.
And it was kind of a DIY project. The people who are in that video were the friends who inspired that entire song. We went out camping that weekend, cliff jumping, and that's kind of what inspired Waiting for the Weekend. And so it was really fun to bring them back on for the video. And then kind of a more recent development is that my friend Cordell, who's in the video, who inspired the song, plays fiddle for me when he can on stage. So it's just kind of a full circle moment. Getting to have, him on stage with me is just a big deal to me.
Yeah, I wish we could play some of your music, but I'm afraid of copyright infringement. Even if you tell us it's okay and the internet crawlers feel it, we're going to get
really?
dinged. Yeah, I don't dare. So you'll have to do your best to describe your music, which you coin yourself as backcountry pop.
Backcountry pop, yes.
Because you've been in the backcountry, like that's your jam, that's your day job, I guess, and the night job is music. And so I like that. I've never heard that before. Give me an idea of artists you like, you listen to, and what you might, and I hate to do music comparisons. I get it. Like, I used to be a music critic in New York City, Jamie, and I know musicians do not like to be compared to people for the most part. Your stuff is uniquely you, but give me an idea what you like, what you're sounding like, what you're thinking of when you're writing songs, stuff like that.
Absolutely. We all get asked that question. Who do we sound like, or who are we inspired by? The backcountry pop, first of all, that does stem from being inspired by being in the backcountry and being on the back of a horse. But I think it's a mix between country and pop that's unique to me. I would say, the songwriting style, you could compare somewhere between Taylor Swift meets Adele meets Ella Langley. Those are some people who really inspire me. I hope to have the rawness and vulnerability that Taylor Swift has, with a little bit of the pop and elegance of Adele. I've also been told that kind of my vocal style is a little bit more like Miley Cyrus. So take that with what you will. It's a little bit of everything that I love. I've been inspired by not only country and pop, but rock and blues. And so that kind of comes into the backcountry, we're just adding a little bit of grit into that. And so I hope that answers your question fully.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love Ella Langley. Yeah.
She's fantastic.
Yeah, she's so good. That duet she does now, that is, I play that song. I DJ. I play that song at the Cowboy Bar in Jackson, $1 Million Cowboy Bar. Huge. People love that song. All right. So tell me, I've seen you play guitar. I've seen you sit down, play keyboards, especially on the new song. Is that new somewhere in Wyoming? Pretty new?
Somewhere in Wyoming is actually, that was released in 2020 or 2021.
Oh, wow.
That was one of my first releases. And don't tell anybody, but I'm hoping to actually redo that song. So the people listening, they'll find out. We're working on doing a new production of that. But yeah, I play piano and guitar. And when I'm live, that, with full band, then I hop on an instrument, or, I just sing, and I really love to run around on stage. If you see me at No Woodstock, you know that. So yeah, that's kind of what a live show is like.
So I always ask every musician, especially if they're multi-instrumental, what they like to write on. I think and maybe you switch it up, because people who like to write at the keyboard, their songs tend to sound, I don't know, in a certain way. And people who like to write on guitar, what are you most comfortable with? What did you pick up first, maybe guitar or piano?
I picked up piano when I was like 12, but I was writing songs since I was 6. And so I started writing a cappella. And I think the songs that I write when I'm a cappella and then I take to an instrument, those are usually like my bops. And then my piano songs are more of my ballads. I will write on the guitar occasionally. Everything, you're right, it has a different feel. You can tell when it's been written on guitar for me versus piano, versus something that was stripped down and just like a melody idea. But I started without anything. So
yeah, singer-songwriter Jamie Hansen, we're talking to her, you're on the southeast part of the state. Where are you? Like Laramie, Cheyenne area?
I'm based out of Laramie. I'm currently actually in the Grovant near Jackson, Wyoming. I've been working at a ranch up here. Yeah. So I apologize for the low lighting, but we're rustic here.
The Wi-Fi is pretty solid. What ranch are you? Can you tell us?
I'm currently at Flat Creek Ranch.
Oh, nice. Say hi to Marcia. Is she there?
She's not here currently, but I'll let her know.
All right. Love that place. And that's
beautiful.
Yeah, I don't know. Make sure whatever you drive into that ranch is a rental, because that road will throw you all around your pickup truck. That's for sure. Oh,
it's a gnarly one.
Well, that's fantastic. All right, Jamie, let me ask you this. What else is coming up? I think you got October shows. We just talked about the UW Homecoming. Gaslight Social in Casper later in the next month.
Yeah, and just a heads up there, we might be rescheduling that.
Okay.
So I'll give you guys a new date on that. We've got a lot of shows coming in 2026. Those will be posted on my website. I have some shows in Alaska in January. I have a new release coming hopefully in October, fingers crossed, and lots of new music. I've actually written a few records, and so we're just in the process of picking which songs to take into the studio. So we'll have a lot more, and we're not just going to be touring Wyoming. I can tell you that much.
Oh, I like this. You're taking it big. Okay, what about, have you been up to Blue Miner Lake, by the way? Do you take horses up there?
We don't get to take horses up there. It's a little bit strenuous. But
steep.
Turquoise Lake, yes.
Cool. And there's a rock to jump off, by the way.
At Blue Miner?
No, at Flat Creek. If you come out of the ranch, as if you're coming out, that rock you can jump off. And
Mermaid Rock.
Is that what?
That's what we call it.
So
yes.
I imagine a lot of song stuff, a lot of lyrics, a lot of songs form when you're looking between the ears of a horse. The world always looks better between the ears of a horse, right? A lot of times in the saddle that you're thinking of
Mountain
the next
therapy.
song.
Absolutely. It's just where I process life, and it helps me put it all together, and then I'm able to be more articulate when I sit down to write.
Jamie Hansen, 12 singles, a live EP, earning recognition as Nashville's Songwriter Association One to Watch, praise from Buzz Music as well, noting her unique vocal prowess. What else can we say about you?
I don't know. I'm here to help people process heartbreak in life, and I just feel very blessed to get to do what I do. Not everyone gets to write songs.
Yeah. JamieHansenMusic.com. Find out more about her there. Jamie Hansen with ENHANSEN. music.com. You can find out more about her tour schedule, music, which you can find everywhere. I was listening to it on Spotify, but you do Apple, Amazon, YouTube, everything, right?
Everywhere you listen to music.
Okay. Jamie, thanks for coming on. I appreciate it.
Thank you for having me. This is a pleasure.
Absolutely. Have a great Tuesday. And don't be a stranger. Please come on again when you have show announcements, any kind of announcements in your career. We have to know first.
Absolutely.
Please.
Would love to. Thank you.
Jamie Hansen on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Moving along on a Tuesday. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back with more. Who do I have coming up? Somebody. I can't even remember how to go look for that. We got another guest coming up right after this quick break. Cowboy State Daily Show continues on a Tuesday. Thanks for spending it with us.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains.
There's no sparks.
But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. As we move along on the final day of September, Jackie Dorothy will be here momentarily. And I did confirm that a Zephyr is a light wind. I know it was some kind of weather thing. Zephyr. In European tradition, a zephyr is a light wind or a west wind named after Zephyrus, the Greek god. The Greek god of west winds. Zephyr. We might be in for a zephyr today in Wyoming. Maybe. Dante's going to do some homework and figure out what a zephyr is, but I'm telling you, it's a west wind. Ha! I do know some weather stuff. So good to have Jamie on, Jamie Hansen. She's up and coming musician, singer, songwriter in the Laramie area. You may see her somewhere in Wyoming. She gets around. In fact, that's a song of hers, Somewhere in Wyoming. Check out her song and video for Waiting for the Weekend. That dropped in 2021. A dozen singles in all and a live EP as well. Jamie Hansen is somebody. And I love that she's a working cowgirl as well, leading pack trips and leading dudes in the backcountry. She's at Flat Creek Ranch right now in the Gros Ventre. I know where that is. Really nice ranch. And then that's a unique skill set to be able to saddle up and lead a pack string in the middle of nowhere in the backcountry and then get on stage in front of the lights. Just you and a guitar, and maybe the band, the Cowboy Land band, and do your thing. That is diverse, unique skill set. I can appreciate that from Jamie Hansen. Pretty cool. Jackie Dorothy's story about the Wyoming coffee clutch. I thought this was Bill Sniffin's area of expertise. Maybe they invited Jackie. Possibly. It's where business gets done in Riverton. Scotty Ratliff's kitchen is where world problems are solved. Officially, Riverton is run by its elected city council, but let's face it, Scotty Ratliff has been holding court in his kitchen at his coffee clutch for a long time. That's where the big decisions get made. I don't know if it's the same coffee clutch that Bill Sniffin was hanging around in. Maybe. Bill's in Lander, and this is in Riverton. I have so many questions. First, I want to know how Jackie got the invite to join this exclusive men's-only coffee club. And then Jackie Dorothy continues on that Robert Redford theme. Robert Redford, we lost him earlier this month at the age of 89, and we've been talking about his impact on the West and Wyoming, and vice versa. Wyoming and the West impact on Robert Redford as an actor. And between the one movie, Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, and the other one, the Jeremiah Johnson, between those two movies alone, Robert Redford really was exposed to mountain Western living. And he came to really love the Mountain West. In fact, in 1976, he rode a 600-mile stretch of the Outlaw Trail. Robert Redford. That story from Jackie Dorothy is in the Cowboy State Daily. We're also going to meet the master Wyoming leather worker and artist, keeping his Western craft alive. James Jackson is a Wyoming leather worker and artist, famed for being a master of the Western Sheridan style. And that's not by accident. He learned from one of the best, a guy named Don King. Oh, yeah. You know who Don King is. Jackie Dorothy introduces us to Sheridan's James Jackson, who follows in a line of leather craftsmen. I wonder who Don King got his stuff from. Jackie is in the Zoom room. Dang it. I'm sorry, Jackie. I didn't even notice that you were there. You know why I didn't notice?
Why is that?
Because I took off the ding dong. I did that last night. I was goofing around with my Zoom, and I thought, the doorbell that alerts me to the presence of my next guest, I thought that was invasive. It was so loud. Ding dong. And sometimes it happens when I'm talking and I don't like it. But now I see I really need it because I didn't know you were there.
Well, it's kind of like one of those old sitcoms where they always had the ding dong to announce the funny neighbor arriving.
Yeah, I'm going to have to put the ding dong back. I can give you your own personalized ringer. So maybe,
What would you give me?
I don't know. I mean, I only have certain choices. Zoom gives you the option of 10 different things. I'll give you your own personal ringer, something that's less ding-dongy. Something.
Okay. Well, I look forward to hearing whatever you choose for me.
All right, Jackie, I need to know this coffee clatch. You're hanging out with Scotty Ratliff. Is this the same one that Bill Sniffen is an exclusive member of?
No, his is in Lander.
Okay.
This is in Riverton.
All right. So this is a different one. Now, usually these coffee things, and I can see from the photo, it's all a bunch of old guys. How does Jackie Dorothy get invited? It's not?
No, that's the whole thing. If you look at poor Alma, he's only 40. So if you look at the picture, there are those that are retired but active. Like you got Ernie Over. He has been a journalist for years in Riverton.
Oh, yeah.
And then you have people that almost everything. In fact, I think everyone on that board is on a board. So everyone that goes to coffee is active. And I love the story like Jack Schmidt. He ended up on a board for Eagles Hope transition. Never heard of it. The guys were talking about it. And he ended up joining that board and joining that organization.
So
that's what kind of sets this aside. I mean, they're not the city council like the title suggested. They are just out there doing the work they couldn't do when they were actively working.
Yeah, I know. These are like think tanks. These are group think sessions where a lot gets done, a lot of ideas get exchanged. I just thought it was a men's only. I'm wondering how Jackie Dorothy got into the room.
No, it's not a men's only. And they invite quite a few people. I was invited to come over, not even just as a reporter, but just to come hang out because I know all of them actually over the years. Since I was a Cub reporter back in 2006.
Boy, even in Riverton, everybody across the state.
I'm working on it. I'm working on my list.
How about 3 weeks, 600 miles, Robert Redford's true adventure on the Outlaw Trail. We know Robert Redford came to love the Mountain West and all things Western, but he actually saddled up and rode 1976, did the Outlaw Trail.
Absolutely. And as I dug into the story, I didn't want it just to be a repeat of what Nat Geo said. So I started looking around and I found personal stories. Still people are, telling me, hey, I saw Robert Redford. I skied with him. And I just thought it was interesting that he was in Thermopolis before Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid was released.
Oh.
So he was in Wyoming looking for the hole in the wall bar.
Okay.
And he found it. Found it when it was still a saloon and went and hung out with all the guys around the bar. And of course, he got directions from the liquor store.
He was smart enough to know where to ask for directions. Yeah, good move.
Very good move.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. How about this Leatherman, this artist and leather worker, James Jackson, learned his craft from another Sheridan leather guy who's kind of famous, Don King. That's cool.
It really is. Jim Jackson has a workshop at the Britain Museum, and that's how I stumbled upon him. Nate and I were walking around the grounds, and we were told that there is this guy that actually did the art right in front of you. So we went and found him, and it was fascinating watching him create these flowers and then to learn. I mean, I know it's common knowledge in Sheridan and in the Bighorn, but the rest of us I didn't realize that we actually had a style of leather work that is known worldwide as Sheridan style.
I didn't know that either. What would signify that you're looking at something that's Sheridan style?
So it has a flower with a lot of vines. So what Don King did is he created this artwork that the flowers followed the vine, so your eyes move around the pattern. And I have a sample on the website, so you could look at it and you could see how it just draws your eyes around. There's other styles that concentrate on big flowers, and that was because, and he explained all of this, which was fascinating. You have the big flowers because the cowboys couldn't afford small, intricate flowers. So the leather craftsmen created one big flower that they were able to use in their designs and still have that effect they wanted. Cowboys love flowers.
Yeah, and did you get a chance to see Jim actually work? Because I know the tooling, like you can see cheap leather work tooling is stamped or something. Like the guys who are really good do it with tool. Like you can see him do it. Did you see Jim Jackson do his thing?
Yes, and he was showing us his favorite tools are ones he made from nails when he was a teenager.
No.
And he still uses them. And he was showing us that he has 60 different center stamps that he uses in the flowers. So he looks at the flower and decides which of the 60 he wants. He had hundreds of tools, and his favorites still are the ones that he himself built. But after he knows a guy that came out of Don King's saddlery that actually went into business making tools because there weren't any.
Yeah.
Everyone had to make their own.
I imagine that is almost a lost art as leather making, even more so as someone who makes the tools. Yeah. I'm glad Jim Jackson's keeping it moving along. Who did Don King learn from, I wonder? Because you're only as good as the guy who mentored you.
I wonder, because before he went to work for Don King, he was working for the old, I think he called it the old Ernie Saddlery that was in Sheridan. And there's just all these masters that Jim Jackson learned from. And to show you how good he is, 10 years after starting to work for Don King, he said Don King came in and said, "Here you go," and handed him his own maker's mark with his name and Don King saddlery.
Oh, man.
That is the highest compliment.
You know you've arrived when Don King gives you the seal of approval. Yeah, that's pretty neat.
Well, and there's one more interesting part about his story is that he decided he wasn't going to go into leather making and went to college to become an artist. And then he was using the leather making to put himself through college. And now he combines the two artwork. He had this beautiful painting. He did the tooling on the leather and then he painted it.
Well, I mean, the leather stuff he does is art. I mean, it's all art, Jim, however you do it. If you express it on leather, I mean, I look at this stuff and it's so intricate. It's so cool. That's art. That is amazing.
And it was fun to watch him, a true master at work.
Yeah, well, thanks for introducing us to James Jackson, a leather artist, leather craftsman, the Riverton coffee clutch, where things get done. Coffee clutch. And
I didn't come up with that word. I stumble over it myself.
Coffee, it's just some kind of club where they fix the world, solve the world. We should have them on this show because very often, all morning, I'm trying to fix the world and I can't do it. I need the help of Scotty and company. Thanks, Jackie.
Let's get him here.
All right.
See ya.
Enjoy your Tuesday. Jackie Dorothy joins the show, Cowboy State Daily. And she's got stories about Scotty Ratliff's Kitchen in Riverton where they get things done. Getting things done. A ragtag collection of a bunch of old guys for coffee sitting around the kitchen table. They do more than grouch and complain. They actually come up with solutions and good ideas. And then the Jim Jackson, the leather maker, he learned from Don King. Don King's kind of somebody in Sheridan. Ask around. It's pretty cool to see the tradition continue in leather working. We are the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network. We got a break for top of the hour news for our radio affiliates. We'll see you on the other side. We'll reconvene 5 minutes from now. Don't go far.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Mac Watson. The Department of the Interior announced Monday that it's opening more than 13 million acres of federal land for coal leases and investing $625 million to modernize coal plants and jumpstart U.S. mining. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that this is great news for the coal industry and for Wyoming specifically.
The Trump administration from day one has been talking about coal and doing things to empower coal. Artificial intelligence is going to need a lot of energy. People are basically looking for every molecule of energy that they can find from whatever energy source they can get it from.
Since the Cowboy State produces 40% of all coal in the United States, Wyoming Energy Authority Director Rob Krieger hosted several out-of-state legislators last week from states that accept Wyoming coal to see how Wyoming handles its coal industry. The county clerk accused of botching portions of the 2024 general election in northeast Wyoming and filing a false post-election audit did not show up Monday for a legislative subcommittee meeting for which she was subpoenaed. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Secretary of State Chuck Gray repeatedly stated this was more than just a simple error.
It was a 7.5-hour meeting with no lunch break, and a lot happened. Secretary of State Chuck Gray talked at length about how the real issue, in his view, is that she filed a post-election audit with his office that he said is either fraudulent or she didn't do one at all. And that was the real issue to him, is this system that's supposed to be a check on the veracity of the election results. And somehow she missed, ignored, lied about, otherwise didn't catch 21 errors.
Weston County Clerk Becky Hadlock could face up to $100 in fines and up to 6 months in jail for not complying with the subpoena. I'll be back with more news right after this.
With summer in full swing, so are the excavation projects. You may be thinking of adding some trees to the yard or installing a fence at your house. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below. Dialing 811 at least 2 business days prior to excavation allows utility members to mark their lines. This free service, offered by One Call of Wyoming, will help keep you and our community safe. For more information, visit onecallofwyoming.com.
Dozens of outraged residents gathered at the Albany County Courthouse on Monday to witness the arraignment of Stuart Schmidt. He's accused of ramming a wild horse with an ATV, which led to the animal being euthanized. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports that even though this was an arraignment, many people came out to show their support for wild horses and other animals.
This was an arraignment hearing, which means there's not any arguments made. All this individual does is come before a judge and say whether they are guilty or not guilty. In this case, he pled not guilty. But regardless of this, even this 15-minute interaction with the judge, there was about 30 community members in attendance. And I spoke to some of the people there who were telling me that they showed up today to show support for animals. These are people that feel strongly that what Schmidt is accused of is a pretty terrible thing. They said they don't don't want to see anything like this happen again. And a lot of the people there were calling for increased penalties. Cruelty to animals here in Wyoming, the maximum penalty that you can receive for that is 2 years in jail and about a $5,000 fine. But some of the community members were calling for fines as high as $15,000, $20,000, potentially 5 years in jail.
Schmidt is accused of charging at the Wild Horse with an ATV. He's facing 1 count of felony cruelty to wildlife and is out of jail on an unsecured bond. A ranch manager claims that a Gillette elk hunter who says he shot the bull of a lifetime on public land trespassed across roughly 6 miles of private land to get there. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines reports that Terrence J. Monger was cited by a Wyoming Game and Fish game warden for hunting, trapping, fishing, or collecting antlers or horns on private land without permission.
A ranch manager in the same area reached out to us and said, well, there's more to the story. We are alleging that he trespassed across our property and a neighbor's property to get there. We do show that a person with the same name on the same day was cited for trespassing while hunting. Landowners are under no obligation to give any warnings or post their property. It is the hunter's responsibility 100% all the time to know where they are.
The citation was issued for the alleged violation on September 18th and was filed Monday in circuit court. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies. Food can open endless possibilities for people to thrive. Because when people are fed, futures are nourished. Everyone deserves to live a full life. And with your help, together we can end hunger. Join the movement at feedingamerica.org/actnow.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. I gotta put my Zoom doorbell back on because it's gonna be problematic. Mark Hines should be here in a moment. We'll talk about Mark's stories on the Cowboy State Daily, including the wayward hikers rescued by Albany County Search and Rescue. That happened on Sunday. They got some bad advice from GPS software All Trails. That was their story. Mark Hines had back-to-back stories about the Gillette hunters celebrating his bull elk of a lifetime yesterday. Today we learn he's in trouble for trespassing. Allegedly. Oops. That's the greatest oops of all time. Yeah, there are 2 stories about following your GPS software or not. And then, Mark also has some stories about an attack squirrel and, you're all over the place, Mark. Let's start with the All Trails hiking GPS software. Been there, done that, where I'm looking at my GPS and I'm looking down at the ground and I'm like, either I don't see that trail or I'm on a trail and the GPS says I'm not. You should always, don't trust as gospel the software or whatever you're using, the GPS. Not always right.
Yeah. Well, all Trails stands by their work. I mean, I reached out to them and they responded. And, I guess they said that, that particular route those folks was on is noted as an extremely difficult route, including the boulder field. But, I like what the guy from the Central Wyoming Trails Association said. He said, I still carry paper maps and a compass because, that's the, the certified fallback. And then, you never know. You could, drop your phone off a cliff or whatever when you're out there. You can't, I recently started using Onyx and I've had pretty good luck with it. But yeah, there's a couple times I've been like on a spur road or something and it doesn't go exactly where it's marked on the map. But
yeah. Onyx you use on your phone though, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't like using something on my phone. What if you don't have cell? Do you need cell coverage or are you?
It's not, in my experience, it's not completely necessary, but it helps.
Yeah.
It's a good guidepost. I use it to really, what I use it for is just to avoid, private land.
Yeah.
So I'm not, inadvertently traipsing across somebody's land without permission because I don't want to do that. So,
which we'll get to in a moment.
As far as the nitty gritty details, I haven't really relied on it too much for that. So,
I mean, I think of the places I've gone, and I need a GPS just to find the truck again. Like I'm way out, like gnarly, nasty backcountry, and if not for some kind of software, even a map, and I'm okay at reading a map, but there are times where I want a satellite to tell me, yes, you are in this drainage, not that one. Not this one. And it's just, some of this terrain is just insane. It looks the same.
Up your way. Yeah, definitely.
If I don't have, and I do the Garmin, I need a dedicated satellite that the Garmin talks to like 4 satellites. But I don't know. All Trails I use as a desktop software, I found it pretty consistent, pretty usual, but you never know. Whatever it is you're using, it's still tech. You're still staring at what should be a smart screen, but you should be a smarter hiker and just, identify where you are. So you think, in this case, when they were in the boulder field, that was the legit trail?
Well, I don't know for sure. I can't. That's just what All Trails told me, but I wasn't there, so I can't tell for sure. But a lot of times a route will go through something. Well, maybe, perhaps it was a route and not an actual trail. And but that was their reply, is that it's marked as difficult, not a novice route, and right. And then of course they had the weather roll in on top of them, which. They were smart. They hunkered down and sheltered in place because, as we discussed not that long ago, lightning can be a problem.
Yeah, for sure.
Then, all 4 seasons sitting at the same time up there, up there on the peaks,
Yeah, this time of year, right. You leave the truck and it's short sleeves, 73 and sunny, and then it's 43 and hail, rain, snowing.
Yeah.
I know.
Yep.
You got to dress for it, and they made the smart moves. All's well that ends well. What a difference a day makes in the Gillette hunter, who one day is celebrating a pretty nice bull elk, and the next day found out, well, how did you get to Area 129?
Well, that's. Yeah, Area 129 is huge. It's kind of like elk hunt Area 7, where I used to hunt over by Albany County, which it's bigger than most states back east. So you have to narrow it down to a specific area of 129, and it's just it's allegedly at this point he had we do have court records that he was cited, but I don't think the case has been resolved yet. But that was. What the ranch manager is claiming is that, they were on public land, but it's that classic case of what they call landlocked. And, and that's what he's saying, that they had to have crossed in his words, miles of private land to get to this section of state land where the elk was actually killed. So, you know, and that opens up the whole can of worms over landlocked public lands. But that's a completely separate topic. That's something for attorneys and legislators to argue over.
Right.
But yeah, you know, yeah, and yeah, it gets tricky because, you know, there's trespass and then there's trespass. There's criminal trespass and then there's trespassing while hunting, which is a different offense, and it's handled by a different agency. The former, you know, the one is handled by the sheriff's department and the other is handled by Game and Fish. And yeah, so it gets complicated really quickly.
Yeah, a Terrence J. Monger was cited by Game and Fish for trespass. We're assuming it's the same Terrence Monger that got his bull elk he's got his eyes on, had his eyes on for 4 years. Meanwhile, at least one ranch manager, Tanner Handy, said there's no way that guy could have got there without coming across our ranch property and maybe another one. So I don't understand how there could be an elk hunt area that's landlocked. How would Game and Fish even designate an area that you can't get to?
Yeah, I think you're conflating some things. The elk hunt area is just the area. Like probably where you're sitting in your house is in the middle of a deer hunt area and an elk hunt area. That has nothing to do with the property lines within said area. That's the management designation, to put it in the simplest terms. In other words, is this going to be a general hunt area, or is it going to be a limited quota area? What species are going to be hunted in this area? The nitty gritty of who owns the property there. I mean, that was there probably before the area was designated. So as I've said, I mean, you look it up on a map, look up the Wyoming Game and Fish regulations and pull up elk hunt area 129. It's gigantic. It covers a huge swath of territory. And within that, you've got BLM, you've got state land, you've got private property, and probably some other things too. I mean, that's maybe kind of hitting you there with a fire hose, but yeah.
Yeah.
Just because something is in a hunt area doesn't mean you get to hunt there. It just means that it's within that management sector that Game and Fish is designated, you know, and that's how they do their tag allocations. Yeah, that's, you know.
I'm just confused as to why Game and Fish would even sell you a tag for an area you can't get to legally without
it's
trespassing.
for the entire. It's for the entire area.
Okay.
You know, like I said, when I lived in Laramie, I would buy an elk tag for Area 7, which, like I said, is probably the size of Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
So my tag is good for that entire area, the entire Area 7. Now, it's not Game and Fish's problem if where the specific spot I want to hunt elk is on private property.
Right.
Because there's plenty of public land in Area 7, but if there is a specific place I want to go in Area 7 that is on private property, that's between me and the landowner. I have to get permission from the landowner to go onto their land to hunt elk within Area 7. But it's, am I making sense? Like it seems like you say Wyoming, Yellowstone National Park is in Wyoming, but it's part of Wyoming, but there's going to be a different set of rules within that specific area of Wyoming.
So where Monger allegedly knocked down this bull elk was on public land,
on Wyoming State trust land, which if you use Garmin, it shows up in blue.
Okay. And these rancher Tanner and others say there's no way you can get to that land without.
That is their claim. That's why they filed the complaint with Game and Fish.
I see.
Is the claim is there was no way to get to that section of state land without crossing private property. So,
and we also have one of those ranches, the Quarter Circle Ranch, say the gates were cut or shot, the locks on the gate. So you reached out to Terrence, and he's gone silent.
No, I didn't get any comments on that. But yeah, it's it boils down to, when you're hunting, it's your responsibility to know where you're at.
Yeah.
It's your responsibility. It's just like, when I did that story on the mechanical decoys that they used to to catch people shooting illegally from the road. So, the question was raised, well, isn't that entrapment? And it's like, no, as a hunter, it's your responsibility to know the rules when it's safe and legal to shoot, when it's not.
Yeah.
And if you do something illegal, hunters operate by a different set of rules. It's the responsibility is on you. You have to know where you are. You have to know if it's safe to shoot. You have to know if it's legal to shoot at the animal you're shooting at. And if you break any of those rules, that's on you. You can't say, oh, they tricked me, or oh, I didn't know. It's like, nah, they don't buy those excuses in court.
Right.
So,
right.
Yeah.
Yeah. The taxidermist from Wisconsin, Brian. He makes some pretty cool aminals, fake aminals.
Yeah. That guy has a cool story. He trained to be a fireman, like a city firefighter. But the way he said is he got one of his dad's friend had a taxidermy shop, so just in the interim, just to get a job, as we all do when we're young, he started doing that, and the guy told the guy that was mentoring him, said, you should make a living out of this.
Yeah,
so
he's like, you're pretty good at it.
Even though he's a trained firefighter, he said, I've never fought a fire in my life because I ended up doing this. And it kind of morphed from doing just taxidermy to doing these decoys that are increasingly, elaborate and realistic. And that's what they're used primarily for, is to put in places, to catch people. The big offense is shooting illegally from a road or shooting illegally from a vehicle.
Yeah.
And that's what they do. They put this thing out in the middle of a field, and it looks like a deer or a coyote or a wolf or whatever. And then guys start plugging away at it, and then the wardens pop out and say, "You can't do that."
Right. So. And we've seen crummy silhouettes of animals, and if that fools you, you deserve to be punished. But Brian's, I could see. Holy cow, Brian Wolfslegel. His actually move. They're very realistic. Move and poop like they do.
Yeah, he made one that pooped M&Ms. Yeah.
He's operating on a whole nother level.
Yeah.
Okay, what's the deal with this killer squirrel? Should I be worried?
No.
Okay.
Apparently, it's like the biologists say, any animal, especially when there's food rewards involved, any animal has the potential to become aggressive. There's not a rash of squirrel violence, but just this one particular squirrel, I guess, just was so, in the Bay Area, that's a pretty crowded area, and just got so acclimated to people and lost any fear of them. And then, was probably getting food rewards and just decided to take it to the next level. Started going after people. So it's funny and terrifying at the same time.
This is a next level squirrel, and leave it to Californians to be, petrified of a squirrel. Meanwhile, here
they determined. I've got an anecdote. One time when I was in college in Missoula, we had to have been on the 5th floor of the dorms. And those squirrels, they'll scale up the side of those brick buildings, and one appeared on the windowsill outside the window. And one of the guys I was with opened it up, and there's a little tiny hole in the screen, and he fed a piece of Pop-Tart through there and gave it to the squirrel, and the squirrel he wolfed that down. He went bonkers, and he started trying to rip try to rip the screen apart and jump into the dorm with us. So we slammed the window shut, and that little sucker's plastered up against the glass. So yeah, he was like, I want more of that Pop-Tart, dudes.
I can't blame him.
He wasn't asking anymore. He was not asking for Pop-Tarts anymore. He was telling us he was going to get
demanding.
some. So,
as a big fan of Pop-Tarts, I'm totally sympathize with that squirrel. You get your first taste of Pop-Tart, and you will knock anyone over to get more. I totally see that.
So that's my killer story, killer squirrel story.
Look out, killer squirrel coming. Thanks, Mark.
All right, have a good one.
Mark Hines, stories about is that as long as that? Oh, there we go. Mark Hines, killer squirrel terrorizes Californians. Oh, sissies. Meanwhile, here in Wyoming, we stare down a mountain lion and tell it to go home. Taxidermist from Wisconsin, Brian Wolfslegel, makes decoys so lifelike they turn, twitch, and even poop M&Ms. I mean, they're so lifelike. You can tell a game warden, hey, I shot at it because I thought it was for reals. Look at this thing. And the hunter, Terrence Munger, yesterday, he was showing us his trophy bull elk he shot. He said, I've been stalking this thing for 4 years. And he was all proud of it. And then today, look what a difference 24 hours makes. Today, Game and Fish say they writ him a citation for trespassing. No way he could have got to that bull unless he trespassed across a ranch, the quarter circle, and maybe another ranch. We'll see how that one turns out. The hikers rescued from Medicine Bow Peak say the GPS app they were using gave them some wrong intel, and they were all messed up in a boulder field when weather came in. Mark Hines has all those stories and more in the Cowboy State Daily. Kevin Meyer coming up next, right after this quick break.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Mom, I got it. What are you doing in there?
I got stuck.
Are you a dog?
I wouldn't do that. Have you seen the pliers? Where'd you find those?
It's not your birthday.
Sorry.
Bye, Grandpa.
Bye, Grandpa.
Take care of yourself.
What are you doing? What are you looking for?
I don't think many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Cowboy State Daily Show. It's Tuesday, so that means it's Kevin Meyer here, our Douglas Cowboy. Kevin.
Good morning, Jake. How are you?
I'm good. What happened to the Bearcats?
Well, I tell you what, as I was telling Owen after the game, sometimes you just run into a team that, at least on that particular night, is just bigger, faster, and plays better, and that just happens. It's like that saying in the pros, on any given Sunday,
Yeah.
one team can beat another team. Their last week, Green Bay got beat, and then they had that tie this week. You just never know what's going to happen. But hopefully it's a learning experience, and they'll be ready to go into Lander this weekend.
Landers, they beat up on Torington. Yeah, that was a battle of the number 3 and number 4 ranked teams coming in, Riverton, Douglas, in Douglas. So I would assume the final score, I was looking for a close game, 28-0, Riverton won. Is Riverton that legit? Or did Douglas just not have a Friday? That's Riverton's first win in Douglas since 2012. I think we know the Wolverines under a new head coach in his third year. Like, they've been on the upswing for sure, that program. Holy cow. Riverton is putting the 3A on notice. And this is not the best Douglas Bearcat team we've ever seen, but they're better than that.
Yeah, and I believe that two things can be true at once. Douglas did have an off night. They just never could get into a rhythm.
Yeah.
There was a lot of really dumb penalties. They were not nearly on point like they needed to be. But Riverton absolutely is legit. They have some really fast running backs. Their offensive line is big and athletic. Their defensive line is big and athletic. So they did a great job of getting Douglas off their game and just not letting them get into a rhythm.
Wow. Watch out for Riverton. Okay, Douglas will rebound against Lander, I think. I still can't get used to calling them Lander Valley. When did they try that?
I don't know when that happened either. When I first saw it on the schedule, I was wondering who in the heck is Lander Valley. I think it's going to be a little bit like the Chargers. I still cannot refer to the Chargers as Los Angeles. They're San Diego.
Yeah.
They always will be.
Yeah. I'm farther in the Wayback Machine than you are. It's the Oakland Raiders. It's the Baltimore Colts. Stop moving around and changing your names. I can't take any team seriously that started after I started watching football. Like the Jacksonville. What? No such team.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah. I think that there should be a rule. If you move your team out, it should be like when Cleveland Browns left to go to Baltimore. The names should stay with the original city. And if you move your team, you have to come up with a new name. Well, the same thing that happened with Houston when they moved to Tennessee, to Nashville. Change the name, leave the old name with the old city.
Yeah. Houston Oilers. Oh, they were fun. When they had that dude with a big hat, Bum was their coach.
Bum Phillips.
So bad.
My favorite story about Bum Phillips is whenever he played inside a dome, he wouldn't wear the cowboy hat.
Oh.
And I remember those great pictures of the AFC Championship game when they're playing in Pittsburgh, and he's got his cowboy hat with a great big feather thing that used to be popular, and a great big fur coat, the big wool coat.
Yeah.
On with a great big giant white wool collar. But when he played in a dome, like at New Orleans, he wouldn't wear his hat because his mom taught him to never wear a hat indoors.
That's good. That's good. That's taken to the extreme though, a dome, but that's right. You remove the hat when you're indoors. Good for him, Bum Phillips. Yeah, those old teams in hockey, Minnesota North Stars. And they moved to Dallas, and Dallas keeps the name North. How are you a North Star in Dallas? They just dropped the North. They became the Stars. Lone Stars, I guess. But yeah, I think from now on, when a sports team moves, you got to come up with a new name, right? You can't have the old name.
Look at us fixing the world in 3 minutes or less.
Bam! Now let's fix that halftime show. I wanted to ask you what you thought about that. The Super Bowl halftime show, it's going to be Bad Bunny. What do you think?
Well, it's going to probably surprise you that I'm a huge fan of Bad Bunny.
I love it! Kevin?
Actually, that's not true. I'd never heard of him until they announced that he was the halftime show.
Stop it.
And I was actually really surprised to see that it is a male singer. Bad Bunny. I thought for sure that was going to be some little teeny bopper pop star.
Right. Ask somebody young enough to not have a Facebook page. Bad Bunny's, I think it's a pretty good booking. There will be a lot of people who are not going to know who Benito Antonio Martinez Ocasio is, but Bad Bunny, I think it's a good book. It's better than Kendrick Lamar. I mean, who is that?
Another halftime artist that I'd never heard of until he did the halftime show. But I tell you one thing, these halftime shows, and I usually don't really watch them that much because they have gotten so elaborate that it's almost like watching a strobe light until you have a seizure.
Yeah. And every move, that's a whole nother topic. Every single movie I've watched and there's not many. I don't even have time to watch a movie, but every movie I can think of or TV show I can think of to watch, it has that tag, the warning, simulated sex scenes or PG-13 or whatever. And then it has the old, there'll be lighting effects that could trigger something. Like when did that become
sensory overload is what it really kind of turns out being. There's, they can't just be up on the stage singing. They've got to have 400 dancers, and the entire field has to be covered with dancers and and smoke and fireworks and the whole 9 yards.
Which covers up for the fact that you lack talent. This is all to divert your attention. I love this. George Strait just needs him and a guitar, man. He could do the whole Super Bowl show. You don't need all that.
Well, I think we're 2-0 on fixing things so far today.
We fixed that, putting George Strait back in the halftime show. Never mind these guys with a whole elaborate deal. Have you ever been to? When's the last time you were in Casper? You're not far from Casper, right? Sorta.
Yeah, it's about 45 minutes from here. Oh, I was up there a couple of weeks ago, I guess.
Have you ever heard of a place? This place just won Best in State Hole-in-the-Wall Burger Joint. It's Little Shop of Burgers.
I've not eaten there, no.
Lifestyle on the interwebs identified the best hole-in-the-wall burger place you've never heard of, and Little Shop of Burgers won it for Wyoming. It's in Casper. I'm not familiar with it either.
Yeah, I'll have to stop in there the next time I run up there.
Yeah. Let's see. What do you think about the Charlie Kirk money? I don't know if I was going to ask you this. I think it's weird.
Are you talking about how much money has been donated to?
No. This is two House Republicans are leading a bid to have a coin, a commemorative dollar.
Oh, yeah. Now I know what you're
like Charlie Kirk, rather than these are decisions made. I don't know what you have to do to get on a denomination of money, but you don't make these decisions overnight, in a month, in a year, in 10 years. Like, there are only certain people that are on the dollar bills and the coins, and that's it. Who was the one that's on the silver dollar? Did we get a Sacagawea going once?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you need to have a certain stature to be on money. And look, I liked Charlie Kirk's message and whatever, but boy, this seems to be really not a well thought out decision. Treasury Department mint 400,000 $1 silver coins bearing the image of Charlie on one side and something on the other. I don't know about that.
I'm with you on that. It's as much as I appreciated Charlie Kirk and what he did, the clips of him debating students was pretty interesting. Debating anybody, those were pretty interesting, pretty good watching. I liked his message. I especially liked how he was out there and he would talk to anybody. But the farther we go through this process, he's almost getting turned into a deity. That I don't quite understand that from a private citizen. He wasn't even in the government. He was a private citizen who had started this private entity, Turning Point USA. Yeah, at some point, I think we've got to, obviously it's a shame what happened, and we need to keep him in our memories and hopefully as a reminder to not have that happen again. But I agree with you. I think we're going overboard a little bit. I was even a little bit suspicious, or however you want to put it, of flying the flags at half-mast because of him.
Yeah.
I don't know how appropriate that was. I mean, I'm not offended by it, but that was my first, I guess, inkling of, man, we're really going overboard on this.
Yeah, because he's a prominent figure, but is he half-mast worthy? Is he put him on a commemorative coin? Like Charlie Kirk, his memory has not stood the test of time yet. I mean, we'll see if he ends up being a Martin Luther King, whether we remember him 50 years from now, maybe. But to make this decision 2 weeks after he's buried, I don't know. This seems really half-baked and very early to me. The idea of making money.
It seems like 20 years is about the bare minimum to really look back and see how history will remember somebody. If you look back at presidents, it's 20 years later, and usually the public conscious opinion of a president 20 years later will be completely different than the day after they left office.
Kevin, when or why would you raise your paddle when they're auctioning off a horse and the auctioneer was asking for the $5 million bid? What could possibly induce you to raise your paddle $5 million for this mare? Woo!
Well, I would raise my paddle because I have more money than I know what to do with, and I'm looking for a status symbol. That's what a lot of these horses have become. It's really a bidding war amongst the ultra rich. Now, they will make quite a bit of money on that horse. I think they sold an embryo out of her last year for somewhere around $400,000, something like that.
Dang.
So they will, it's an investment, really. Although she is an animal. So, that investment might be getting the insurance money after she colics and dies. But but that's really what it's turned into, is just a status symbol for the ultra rich. That's the new thing, is to own a performance horse.
Interesting. Yeah, and probably Yellowstone had some influence over that. I mean, it was a time where you were somebody if you had a G6, your Gulfstream, whatever, the G, the latest number. Now it's if you have it's horse flesh, which talking about an asset that's not going to probably last very long. Legendary mare Allspice. Congrats to Rockin' P Ranch on the purchase of the legendary mare Allspice, the highest selling Western performance horse mare of all time, sold for public auction $5 million. Yikes.
And she's a great mare. She was, I think it was 2020 or 2021, she was the NCHA Horse of the Year, the National Cutting Horse Association Horse of the Year. She's a daughter of Once in a Blue Boone, the great cutting horse sire. So the pedigree is there. But, right now, there's a lot of these guys, and a lot of it has to do with Yellowstone and all of Taylor Sheridan's stuff.
Yeah.
They're trying to buy ranches, and some of them don't want to buy the great big ranch. They will buy a small horse property. And, well, and ironically, that's where she came out of, is a rich guy that had put together this big horse facility. And then after 7 years or so decided, well, this isn't fulfilling me the way I thought it would. So he passes it on to the next generation of rich people who want to get in on the latest fad.
Man,
but God bless them. God bless them, because if it wasn't for people like that, I'd have to go get a job, Jake.
Right. You're training those $1 million horses for these people. And I wonder if there's any kind of asset portfolio ratio that if you own let's say if you bought or own a $35 million ranch, how much worth of horse should you be running on that ranch? You know, $20 million worth of horse. Do you need 5 of these? $5 million mare? Like, how do you figure out that ratio? Like, I'm wasting my $35 million ranch if I only have one $400,000 horse on it. It's like, come on. I don't know. Somewhere they got that all figured out. Some accountant, maybe.
Well, from my experience with those type of folks, they're really kind of collectors, and there's no thought given into how many they need. Their favorite horse is the next one they buy.
Yeah. That's level up stuff. Kevin Meyer, by the way, at Mans Creek Horses in Douglas, trains these kind of high dollar ponies. All right, buddy. Have a great Tuesday.
You too. Take care, my friend.
Good luck to the Bearcats. And yeah, go get Lander. Knock the valley right off them, right out of them. We'll see you. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. We'll be right back after this.
The Seroptimists of Cody are inviting you to join them for their 17th annual Run for Hope, Saturday, October 4th. This 5K, 10K chip timed walk and run starts at the Rec Center at 9:30 a.m. with a kids race at 9. Proceeds support the Laney Cole Memorial Women's Cancer Fund. You can register for $35 in advance, $40 the day of the race. Discounted kids and student rates are available. You can register at Sunlight Sports in downtown Cody or online at runsignup.com. See you Saturday, October 4th for the Cody Seroptimist Run for Hope.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day is a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so cute. Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love, your mind.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Tuesday. We welcome into the discussion Jennifer Toma. She's running the show at Cody Country Chamber of Commerce. How's things in Cody Country, Jennifer?
It's a beautiful day in Cody today. Thanks, Jake.
Always, right?
Always, every day.
So, all right, we got to get to a bunch of topics. Starting,
Okay.
I'm going to go in no particular order. We're just going to go in crazy order. But one thing I did note from your website, from your materials, Cody Growth Symposium you had back in March. You learned a few things, mostly workforce development is on the minds of a lot of people in Cody and Park County. What are you doing? You're gearing things up this fall and winter to acknowledge that.
Yes, for sure. We are tourist season is over now, or winding down, let's say. And so we're focusing on how we can help the community build a stronger economy, stronger business force. So we have a couple different things going on. I will be teaching some classes, a 6-week session on how to use hospitality to bring in more business and how to work together in the community to collaborate and bring in more business, more tourists in particular. So that series kicks off next week for 6 weeks. And then in January, we're very excited about a full day leadership and workforce development conference called Elevate Cody that we'll be having. Very professional speakers, high level information, great content for business owners, for high potential employees, for people who want to be business owners, want to expand their leadership, all of that. So that's going to be a super cool event.
Grants for Growth workshop, Elevate Cody.
Grants for Growth is really fun because that's a lot of the state agencies coming next week to tell us how they can get grants to improve their workforce. And then we're giving them a lot of opportunities to take that grant money and invest it back in our community with these different events. So all of it fueling, how do we get the right workers in the right positions here in Cody?
And you should know things about that. Jennifer, talk about how you own, along with your husband, more than one business. So you get it. Like, I appreciate that you understand what business owners are going through. What are their challenges? What do they want? How do you come alongside them? You know, you get it. You do it.
Yeah, I spent 25 years in banking, so we have some education from there, and then have owned 3 different businesses that we've either sold or merged or expanded, and currently have another business here in Cody that we're continuing to grow. So we've had some experience, ups and downs, all of them lessons. So I love to share that information with everybody.
Jennifer Toma, CEO of Cody Country Chamber. You haven't been doing this not a long time. How long you been CEO?
18 months in this position. Yep. So I still call myself the new girl, but
yeah. And
getting to know the groups, getting to know everybody now. So we're really getting things off the ground.
So let's talk about the art scene in Cody. This is for a long time. Cody's sort of been like the art mecca of Wyoming, along with Jackson wants to pretend it is. But we know Cody is the Taos of Taos, New Mexico of Wyoming. The economic impact of art, the Buffalo Bill art show and sale you just had, there's intentionality toward making Cody synonymous with art. When you think of one, you think of the other.
Absolutely. Yeah, we just had our 44th annual art show that wrapped up about a week and a half ago. Great results again this year. Lots of good sales, lots of good people in town. That event itself brings over 700 people to town for multiple days. So it's a great economic impact here in Cody. And it just shows all of the other art benefits that we have in town, the galleries, the public art. I think we've added maybe 4 murals this year, public art. We've started doing some new projects. So Cody really is focused on the art scene. I think even anecdotally, we've got a little great music scene going on. It's not just the visual arts. So lots of fun things happening.
You do have some musicians at Cody. We've talked to a few on the show, up and coming scene there. That's so cool. Cody, it is almost October. It's still tourism season. We still might hit, and we need Cody to pitch in. Cam Shawley needs Cody, every bit Cody has to get to the 5 million visitation for Yellowstone. We might get there, but the season anymore, I mean, it winds down a little of the summer season, but fall is still big in Park County. See the fall colors. You got a lot going on still in fall. It's
beautiful. The elk are in the valley. The leaves are changing color. Our numbers are up. I just talked to Cam yesterday. Our numbers are up for September, entrances into the park. We're seeing a lot of business here in town. It's a different type of business than we get in the summer, less families, more retirees and buses. But summer's becoming one of our busier months. And so September's become one of our busier months. It's been a lot of fun. I think, October's going to be a great month. As long as the snow holds off, we'll keep the park open and we'll have a lot of fun sending people up there all fall.
Yeah, I'm checking out your Chamber of Commerce events calendar. We've been plugging that 17th annual Seroptimus Run for Hope. That's coming up this weekend. What else is going on in October? A lot of stuff.
There's a lot of stuff in October. Well, gosh, you're going to put me on the spot. We have a mom prom coming up in October, which is another fun event that doing. We have an amazing Halloween event where we shut down the main streets here in Cody, and thousands of kids, parents too, all in costume, go door to door downtown trick-or-treating, which is just a super fun event. And then we're starting to gear up for Christmas. The Saturday after Thanksgiving, we have a huge Christmas stroll, big lighted parade, lots of shopping, lots of fun Christmas events. So we're not slowing down completely.
Jennifer Toma, CEO of Cody Country Chamber of Commerce. She could always use a helping hand, a few more members. How do we get involved?
Of course. Members, visitors, volunteers, whatever. We'll take any help we can get.
And don't forget the Empowering Cody's Workforce Through Education and Training Grants for Growth workshop, Elevate Cody. That's coming up. When is
all of those events, codychamber.org. There's a calendar there. It'll give you details, registration links, everything you need to know. Or anybody can reach out to me directly. I'd be happy to help.
All right. Well, you're doing things I like the way you're doing things in Cody. You're be careful. You're going to be Jackson before you know it.
No. We won't be Jackson. We'll always be Cody. We love to be Cody.
Yeah. Park County Jewel, Cody, Wyoming. The only, I guess my only negative is those Cody Bronx football team. They just keep on winning.
And that's a negative? We like that around here, too.
But when Jackson comes, actually, I'll be there pretty soon. Jackson plays Cody in your place, and I am going to enjoy all things Cody. I love going up there.
Yes, thank you. We look forward to seeing you.
All right. Thanks for being on. I appreciate it. Have a great Tuesday.
You too. Bye-bye. Jennifer
Toma, Cody Country Chamber of Commerce. A lot going on. Find them on the interwebs at codychamber.org. And what else do I got to do today? This day in history, although, boy, do we have enough time? Yeah, I guess we do. Not too many things happened this day. I think we can get to them all. 1877, the 7th Cavalry, along with the 2nd Cavalry and 5th Infantry, engaged the Nez Perce, or Nez Perce, if you prefer the French pronunciation, at Bear Paw Mountain in Montana. That happened on this day in 1877. 1889, the Constitutional Convention adopted the Wyoming Constitution. That's the one we use today, 1889. 1897, the Granddaddy of them all, Cheyenne Frontier Days, held for the first time this day in 1897. 1911, the Virginia Hotel opened in Medicine Bow, the Virginian in Medicine Bow, not the Virginian in Jackson. 1911. In 1969 in Cheyenne, the Wyoming Governor's Mansion and grounds were added to the National Register of Historic Places. In 1976, the Libby Lodge, also known as the Snowy Range Lodge, was added to the National Register of Historic Places. And in 2010, the sale of the Anheuser-Busch InBev barley processing facilities in Ralston and Powell was finalized. All these things happened on this day in history. After this day in history, we usually do our Rodeo Roadshow. Let's do that.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. Big doings in eastern South Dakota over the weekend. The Governor's Cup handed out thousands and thousands of dollars. The winners, holy mackerel, they win a pile of money and some world champions and world standings. It has all changed. We will talk about the winners in South Dakota. Coming up next on the Roadshow. Stay.
Compounds to improve nutrient uptake and plant growth. The Resurge Granule's superior hardness and uniformity withstands pneumatic applications, allowing for even distribution in your fertilizer and across the acre. Energize your soil and elevate your crops. Contact your Helena representative to learn more. Always follow label instructions and check registration status before use.
In the bareback riding, it was Rocker Steiner, the number one man in the world, and he increased his lead to number one going into the National Finals Rodeo. He wins over $40,000 in South Dakota over the weekend. Steer wrestler Justin Schaefer from Texas wins the steer wrestling. The world champs Caleb Driggers Jr. Nogata win the team roping event. In the saddle bronc riding, Dawson Hay, Wildwood, Alberta, Canada. The champion saddle bronc rider, tie-down roper Kincaid Henry from Mount Pleasant, Texas, moves to the number 3 spot in the world in the tie-down roping. In the barrel race, Halen Lyde from Texas. She went to her first National Finals Rodeo last December in Las Vegas. She was down to about 35th place about a month ago in the world standings. She wins Sioux Falls, and she has had a great late summer run. She will head to the NFR. Big win for Halen Lyde, the barrel racing champion in Sioux Falls. In the breakaway roping, Bailey Bates from Tehachapi, New Mexico, the breakaway roping champion. And Kai Hamilton, the former world champion from Australia, can't be stopped in the bull riding. He won almost $50,000 over the weekend in South Dakota. On the Rodeo Roadshow, I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
We're back. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Mac Watson. A pilot was hurt Saturday when his aerobatic kit plane flipped after striking a dirt berm during an emergency landing in an alfalfa field northeast of the Torington Municipal Airport shortly after takeoff. Cowboy State Daily's Scott Schwebke reports that the single-engine plane was en route from an air show in Spanish Fork, Utah, to its headquarters near Sioux Falls, South Dakota, when the accident happened around 4 p.m.
They stopped at the Torrington Airport to refuel. All 4 planes refueled. They took off. The lead plane, however, almost immediately after it took off, began descending and losing altitude, probably some kind of an engine problem. The pilot tried to make it back to the airport but couldn't, and ended up in an alfalfa field where it turned over, and he was injured, had abrasions and cuts but no broken bones, and he was taken to the local Torrington hospital where he was later released. And the cause is being looked at by the National Transportation Safety Board.
The pilot, whose name has not been released, had taken off after refueling at the Torington Municipal Airport. His plane encountered a mechanical problem less than 4 minutes later. State Representative Bill Alamon of Casper told Cowboy State Daily on Monday that neither he nor his family own any land that has been leased to wind energy developers. Now, Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports that was a response to Bar None Public Works Director Dustin Smart, who claims Alamon is hypocritically leasing land to wind developers while at the same time showing staunch opposition to public subsidies for nuclear storage projects.
Now, this is a huge accusation because Bill Alamon is a very big opponent of nuclear energy developments, and this sort of argument kind of weakens his stance a bit. So I spoke to the representative today, and I asked him about these accusations, which he flatly denied. He said that he does not own a single acre of land anywhere in the United States, and he said that his family doesn't own any land in the counties where these wind turbine developments were.
Smart claims via social media that Alamon has an incentive behind his anti-nuclear platform, according to a series of screenshots Alamon released in a Sunday press release addressing the allegation. I'll be back with more news right after this.
With summer in full swing, so are the excavation projects. You may be thinking of adding some trees to the yard or installing a fence at your house. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below. Dialing 811 at least 2 business days prior to excavation allows utility members to mark their lines. This free service, offered by One Call of Wyoming, will help keep you and our community safe. For more information, visit onecallofwyoming.com.
2 hikers were trapped in a storm Sunday on Medicine Bow Peak in Albany County and needed to be extracted by Albany County Search and Rescue. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that the hikers are claiming that the All Trails GPS app misled them into a treacherous boulder field.
They supposedly claim that the app they were using, this All Trails GPS app they were using, kind of led them astray and led them into that spot or that boulder field in the first place. I talked to a couple different people. First of all, I reached out to All Trails. They did respond. They do dispute that claim. They said that that trail is properly marked on their app and it's marked as an extremely difficult trail. No GPS app is going to be 100% right all the time.
The Albany County Sheriff's Office say the hikers wisely sheltered in place. They were rescued without incident. And Yellowstone National Park is one of the few places in North America where you can see bears, bison, and other wild animals thriving in their natural habitat. But as Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports, usually it's the people who get too close. But not this time.
The rules are clear. You're supposed to maintain 25 yards between yourself and all bison in Yellowstone National Park, but there's not really a rule set for when the bison decides to close the distance with you. So a bunch of people were watching the grizzly that hauled the elk out of the pit of mud near the eastern entrance, and they almost got blindsided by this bison because they were on the top of a really steep ridge that they didn't think a bison could walk up, but then a ranger spotted it. He alerted everybody to get back, and the bison just wandered through where everybody had been standing moments before watching the grizzly gorge itself. So sometimes the bison just decide to close the distance rather than people closing the distance, which is what happens more often, results in the injuries that we see in the parks when people get too close to the bison.
The bison seemed mildly curious about all the camera equipment, but eventually lost interest and wandered off on its own. Thankfully, no one was injured. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds, heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
Welcome back to studio. Whoop. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Tuesday. Renee Jean will be here in a moment. She may already be here because I took off my ding dong on the Zoom. I got to put the doorbell back on, or I'm never going to know when someone is here. Renee's got a whole bunch of stories I was so excited about. Like, it's been a Renee Jean week. Such good stories, interesting stories. Thanks again to Jennifer Toma for popping on, CEO of Cody Country Chamber of Commerce. CodyChamber.org to learn more as they transition from the summer tourist season into fall. And I imagine Cody is just not a shoulder season anymore. I'm in a little bit of a downturn in numbers, but for the most part, I mean, Cody is a place you want to visit in the fall. See those autumn colors. Still a lot of tourism in Yellowstone for that gateway town. And a lot going on up there in Cody Country in Park County. Renee she's going to be our last guest of the day. Do we have? No, she is our last guest of the day. And the Renee Jean stories that we got to get to, let me set them up so we're ready for her. Yeah, the Gillette man. I don't know. Some people on Facebook are with me on this, thinking the Gillette man might have got a pretty harsh sentence. 19-year-old Brad Hudson, looking at up to 24 years in prison for his transgressions. We'll talk about that in a moment when Renee gets here. Also, Renee Jean stories about the Centennial Antique Engine and Tractor Club. They think their tractors are sexy, and they're not the only ones. So do a lot of parade goers. We'll talk about that group that's got some pretty cool old antique vintage tractors. Renee Jean also had the story today, our lead story about the coal industry cheering in Wyoming. President Trump injecting $625 million into U.S. coal, opening 13.1 million acres for leasing. Coal's on the comeback, that's for sure. And in Wyoming, that is good news. Wyoming has some of the cleanest burning coal in the world. We just haven't been able to get it to anybody. But maybe now. Wyoming Energy Authority Director Rob Krager hosted several out-of-state legislators last week. Senators Barrasso was there, Senator Lummis, along with the governor in Washington, D.C., Department of Interior, DOI, big to-do and a big news for Wyoming coal industry. Positive news, for sure. I don't know where Renee is. We'll take a break. Well, we can't take a break. It's too early for that. Game and Fish. How about we do that? Ray Hageman with a Game and Fish report.
Fishing closures are now underway at Flaming Gorge Reservoir. What you need to know next. On the Wyoming Outdoorsman, I'm Ray Hageman. The Wyoming Game and Fish is dedicated to ensuring the sustainability of our diverse aquatic ecosystems. And to that end, annual fishing closures are in place to protect spawning kokanee salmon and other species at Flaming Gorge Reservoir and the Green River below Fontenelle Dam. As of September 10th through November 30th, all kokanee shall be released into the water immediately. This closure aims to protect shoreline kokanee spawning at Flaming Gorge. Shoreline spawning kokanee are crucial for maintaining and recovering the kokanee population at Flaming Gorge Reservoir. Research indicates these spawning fish constitute a significant portion of the kokanee population, ranging from 50 to 80% depending on the year. Natural recruitment, maintaining stocking rates, and reducing predation are essential for improving the kokanee fishery. John Walrath is the Game and Fish Fishery Supervisor in the Green River region. He says while it's not illegal to fish Flaming Gorge for kokanee during the fall, anglers are required to release them immediately. He says kokanee put all their energy into spawning and die soon after. Angling for kokanee during this time period, he says, can cause premature mortality, denying those fish the opportunity to reproduce and contribute to the next generation of fish. Beginning the second Saturday in December, Linwood Bay is closed to nighttime angling. This regulation, mandated by the Utah Division of Wildlife Resources, is in place to protect spawning trophy lake trout, prevent illegal snagging, and encourage boater safety. As of October 1st through the end of the year, the Green River from Fontenelle Dam downstream approximately 1 mile to the U.S. Geological Gauge Station at the Weeping Rocks Campground is closed to fishing. Anglers are encouraged to target other species this fall, like lake trout, which allows kokanee to spawn without added stressors. Smaller lake trout, less than 23 inches long, start staging for spawning, and they can be found now in 40 to 70 feet of water near spawning areas. In October, they move to their spawning areas, which can be in shallow water from 5 to 35 feet. Last year, many spawned on gravel around 50 feet. These smaller lake trout typically range from 16 to 23 inches long in size and can be 7 to 20 years old. The Wyoming Outdoorsman is a program produced by the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. Thanks for listening. I'm Ray Hageman.
Cowboy State Daily is all about Wyoming. All it takes is one visit, cowboystatedaily.com.
I hope you're reading Cowboy State Daily at cowboystatedaily.com. Weston County Clerk, no show after being subpoenaed to appear in front of a committee investigating her. This is the ongoing issue between Becky Hadlock, Weston County Clerk Becky Hadlock, and primarily Secretary of State Chuck Gray. They have had issues, these two. If the prosecutor takes up a case against her, she could be, she could face $100 in fines, up to 6 months in jail for not complying with the subpoena. The committee is planning a virtual work session Monday to develop solutions to possible gaps in election and public accountability laws. There's been issues with that ballot going back to the last election cycle with Hadlock and Weston County, and some kind of mix-up on who was to appear in front of the committee. Apparently, the clerk, Hadlock, instructed two of her workers, two of the people in her office, to go appear on her behalf and give testimony, although they weren't quite aware of that. And then not having actual Weston County Clerk Becky Hadlock in front of the committee still wasn't enough for the committee, even after the subpoena. So, yeah, we'll see how that goes. That story, please come forward, was the announcement, and nobody came forward. It was just quiet. Rodriguez Williams called for Hadlock just after 10:30 in the morning on Monday. Ms. Hadlock, please come forward. A pause followed, and no one came forward. Albany County residents gathered at court for felony horse torture hearing. Dozens of outraged residents gathered at Albany County Courthouse Monday to witness the arraignment of a man accused of charging a wild horse with his ATV. The horse was injured to the degree it had to be euthanized. This story is ongoing. Cowboy State Daily had it back when it happened. This case goes back to, I remember it being a couple of months ago. Jackson Walker is currently on it now. He went to the arraignment. He wasn't the only one. About 30 local residents turned out to witness the arraignment of Stuart Schmidt. As Jackson pointed out, an arraignment is simply a very quick wham, bam, give your plea, and that's it. There's no testimony given, nothing of any excitement. But I think a lot of local residents who turned out wanted Stuart Schmidt to know that they weren't happy with any idea of hurting or torturing or being cruel to wildlife. Schmidt, 60-year-old, accused of charging at a wild horse with his ATV, leading it to being euthanized, facing 1 count of felony cruelty to wildlife. Area landowner John Krennick was one of several attendees who told Cowboy State Daily he was infuriated by the allegations underpinning Schmidt's charge. Krennick said, and this, by the way, is a neighborhood where wild horses are known to roam about, and pretty much everybody lives in a peaceful existence with the horses, except apparently for Stuart Schmidt, who had an issue. Krennick said these horses never do any damage, nothing. So I don't understand why this guy did it. And I just wanted to come down here and show that I'm not for letting this guy off. Story in the Cowboy State Daily. Yeah, the incident went back to Jackson has it in here somewhere, I'm hoping August 18th. Okay, yeah, it wasn't that long ago. Albany County Sheriff's Deputy Ryder Seeley responded to the sheriff's office responded to the incident. Area resident Tammy Barnard told officers she witnessed Schmidt chase down a horse at a high rate of speed until the horse fell to the ground exhausted. Schmidt, I think, defended the situation, saying he was just trying to chase the horse off his property and never contacted the horse, never struck it with his four-wheeler. But Tammy is one witness who said he did. So I guess it'll come down to whether he hit the horse or ran it so hard that that's what caused the horse to have to be euthanized. That story from Jackson Walker, and in the Cowboy State Daily, we'll cover some more Cowboy State Daily stuff, including Scott's story about the pilot who was hurt when his acrobatic plane did too many acrobatics. And Scott also has a story about a Casper woman getting prison sentence for stealing some $86,000 from Social Security meant for her kids. Those stories and more coming up on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake right after these.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show. Weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled. Perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable.
Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason. Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Well, I'm sad to see news about Keith Urban and Nicole Kidman. Not that I'm a big celebrity watcher, but their marriage seemed like one that was pretty solid. Every time you heard about any news concerning Keith Urban, country music star and Australian, and Nicole Kidman, the news was always positive. It seemed like a really good marriage. 20 years, nearly 20 years of marriage. In fact, it was a marriage that began with Keith Urban's alcohol and drug substance abuse issues. And it made it through that. Like, talk about bringing a marriage through fire. Not long after they were married, Keith Urban checked into some kind of substance abuse clinic, alcoholism, cocaine, and Keith Urban was the first one to say it was Nicole Kidman that got him through all that. That's back in 2006. They got a couple of kids. They share daughters, Sunday Rose and Faith, 17 and 14-year-olds. Yeah, the marriage seemed really good to me. And now we hear news that it is Splitsville for the celebrity couple. Keith Urban is apparently moved out of the Nashville home, according to TMZ. And it seems from reports that Nicole wants to save the marriage. Keith does not. And if you believe some of the TMZ stuff, it kind of got sparked with Nicole Kidman and her appearance in a movie where she had simulated sex scenes, and they were so realistic that Keith couldn't deal with it. And I don't blame Keith Urban on that one. I mean, it's no reason to end a marriage, but that's got to be hard to watch. If you're married, I think it's a reason why actors and actresses don't usually last long. When they're acting in a movie, if you're the spouse, if you're Keith Urban and you're watching your wife, Nicole Kidman, get it on with, I can't think of the movie, who she was with. It was pretty recent. And she's in some scenes that, Keith, I would say, do not watch your wife in these movies. Like, I would not even watch it. And I think that's what started the whole divorce thing. But apparently those two are headed for divorce. And that's pretty surprising because it's pretty shocking news. They seem to be pretty tight. A-listers. That pilot flying a pretty fancy acrobatic plane was hurt Saturday. His kit plane flipped after striking a dirt berm. He was trying to make an emergency landing in an alfalfa field just northeast of Torington Municipal Airport. He had just taken off, and some kind of engine problems right away in the single-engine Vans RV-38 owned by Vanguard Squadron. It was en route to from an air show in Spanish Fork, Utah, headed back to Sioux Falls, South Dakota when the accident happened around 4 in the afternoon on Saturday. The pilot's name has not been released. He and the squadron had been refueling at Torington Municipal Airport, and within minutes, less than 4 minutes after takeoff, black smoke was seen coming out of the plane, according to Thomas Bozeman, Emergency Management Coordinator and Fire Warden for Goshen County. This plane had a problem like almost immediately. The pilot tried to set down in an alfalfa field, but hit a berm, flipped the plane over. He suffered some cuts and abrasions, but nothing life-threatening, no broken bones. The plane looks like it's a little beat up. I won't be flying that plane anywhere anytime soon. But good to hear that the pilot did survive without too many serious injuries. Remember back, when was this? This seemed like it was just a couple months ago. It was speech and debate. This was back in June, I guess. Wow, no longer ago than I thought. Back in June, a national speech and debate tournament in Des Moines, Iowa. And it was a collegiate speech and debate, right? 22-year-old Cheyenne man who stormed on stage in the middle of this speech and debate. I think it was during a break. This guy just got up on stage. Jaden Rockefort, he's a 4-time national speech champion. He attended Cheyenne East High School and Casper College. He was not part of the speech and debate team in any official capacity, but he was sort of a mentor that went along with the speech and debate team. And he was at this tournament, and he got on stage and had a backpack, and I forget what he said. He was acting like he had a bomb in the backpack. And I don't know what possessed him, and I don't still know if we know what possessed him to act this way. But he caused the whole place to panic, and people were like crawling all over each other to get out. Rockefort was, quote, acting a little weird. He got up on stage and said, "Y'all want to hear a joke?" And he was using a strange voice, said one witness. And then he bent down and reached into his backpack and he said, "You should probably leave." And everybody was convinced that he had a bomb there. He was going to do something. It turns out he was just being weird. But we just hear from Scott Schwebke of Cowboy State Daily that it's going to be probation for the former East High student who caused the evacuation of that national speech tournament back in June in Des Moines, Iowa, prompting panic participants. He's sentenced to a year probation as part of a plea deal. Jaden Rockefort. Yeah, I don't know. I just remember when that story came out in June, it was just so weird. Like, dude, what are you doing? Scott also has a story about the Casper woman who receives a prison sentence for stealing $86,000 from Social Security meant for her kids. The Casper woman received nearly 2 years in prison. She told a federal agent that she uses illegal drugs, but she said, I use different money to buy the drugs, which I don't know how that washed with Chief U.S. District Judge Kelly Rankin, but he sentenced Cassandra Corbin last Thursday in Cheyenne, ordered to pay restitution for the theft of the money and to serve 3 years of supervised probation. This on top of serving 2 years in federal prison. What she did is steal more than $86,000 in Social Security survivor insurance benefits for the care of her 2 children following her husband's death. Now, she admitted to using illegal drugs, but told one federal agent she used other money, not the Social Security benefit money, to buy these illegal drugs. Look, money is money. And however you budget your household money, and you spend some on food, you spend some on rent, you spend some on drugs, all the money comes from basically the same place. It doesn't matter. I doubt Cassandra's keeping meticulous bookkeeping care that shows the money derived from Social Security was not the money spent on drugs. It's all money. It's all your money, Cassandra. Corbin knowingly failed to report to Social Security Administration that from November of 2020 to May of 2023, the children were not in her care. That made her ineligible to receive some $86,170 in survivor benefits. The money is supposed to be so you can care for your children in the event of the loss of your spouse, but she didn't have the children in her care. The children were removed from her home by Wyoming Department of Family Services back in November of 2020. So, she says, Corbin said during court, in my defense, this is God's honest truth, Corbin said. I thought that since the state did take my children, that the state would probably notice that I had Social Security, so I thought it would have been automatically taken, or I guess removed. So in other words, Corbin's saying, if you guys kept sending me Social Security money, I figured it was okay to spend it, but I did not spend it on illegal drugs. Judge Rankin didn't buy any of that. 2 years, 3 years probation, and she's got to pay back the $86,000. That story from Scott Schwebke in the Cowboy State Daily. New details emerging. We didn't talk about this yesterday. That Marine veteran who drove his truck into the LDS church in Michigan and then got out and started gunning down Latter-day Saints at service. Thomas Jake Sanford, 40-year-old, drove through the front doors of the church, fired multiple rounds from an assault rifle. This happened on Sunday services last weekend. Sanford also apparently used gas to start a fire at the church. That fire basically gutted the church. It's a total loss. There's how many killed? I think killed 4 people, injured 8 more. Police responded rather quickly. We've had on the show, the Cowboy State Daily, we've had one expert guest who has made it his job, his business. He's founded a company now on advising churches in particular how to establish security. And boy, I wish I could remember his name. We got to have him back on. he talked about this, the importance of churches being ever vigilant for, unfortunately, acts like this. This is the kind of world we live in. And he talked about all different ways, all different measures you could take to be prepared. But in this case, it was the police that responded from a 911 call within 30 seconds of the call. That's a pretty impressive response time. And they shot this man dead, a former Marine, Sanford. He served in the U.S. Marines from 2004 to 2008. CBS confirmed that. He was an Iraq War veteran deployed for several months in 07-08, according to Pentagon records. White House spokesperson Caroline Leavitt said to Fox News Monday morning that FBI Director Kash Patel told her that Sanford, quote, hated people of the Mormon faith. Apparently, this stems to a recent relocation to Utah where Sanford was dating a LDS member of the faith. And Sanford moved to Utah for a fresh start in life. He was going to plow snow. He started a relationship with a Latter-day Saints woman. And according to somebody who knew Sanford, this person said Sanford told him they wanted me to get rid of my tattoos. They wanted me to do all this stuff, and I wouldn't do it. So there is the beginning of Sanford's so-called hatred of the Mormons and the Mormon faith. It may have not have been a long-standing thing against LDS. It sounded like it was just recent where he started a relationship with this Utah woman. She suggested that he, get his life in order, get rid of the tats or whatever, and he didn't care for that. It had nothing to do. There was no mention of Charlie Kirk or MAGA or any. I see, headlines right now saying MAGA nut shoots up, church in Michigan. This had nothing to do with MAGA or Charlie Kirk or anything. This is just the sick mind of somebody who didn't care for LDS, and it seems to be only recently that he had these issues. According to Chris Johns, who's running for city council in Burton, Michigan, by the way, Johns met with Sanford at his home just last week while he was campaigning, and he said Sanford did express a particular dislike of Latter-day Saints Church. He said Sanford told him the church followers, quote, believe they're above Jesus. So this is an issue that Sanford had, probably sparked by the relationship with the Utah LDS woman, and just manifested into something ugly. But that's the latest info, new details emerging on what may have inspired or caused that Marine veteran to attack the Michigan LDS church. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back with a little bit more and take a run for the finish line here on a Tuesday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Wyoming is the Cowboy State. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyoming Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
Oh no, I got small again in the Zoom room. No, that's fine. Renee's big, I'm small. Renee, what are you doing?
Just more work than ever.
Yeah, I hear you. Your stories have been so good lately. I'm not just saying that. I mean, really, 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 really good. And I so want to meet Aaron Clark, the bug rancher. I don't know what else to call him. He sounds so cool, man.
Yeah.
That story is fantastic. He runs a little cow-calf operation, but you'll often find him not a saddle roping anything. He'll be on his hands and knees digging up dirt. What's he doing?
Yeah, so he has I think a master's in biology. So he learned how to identify critters, I guess. Did that at one point in his career for fish. But so one day he just decided that he was going to figure out all the insects that are on his ranch. Well, they quickly realized that was probably a little much. So he started narrowing it down to, particular order, a particular family of bugs. And so now he's after all the seed and milk bugs on the ranch, kind of cataloging what's there. Wyoming, as it happens, is one of the most explored places in the world when it comes to insects. And so a lot of his finds have been state records. He's gotten to write papers about that. He's written I think 7 or 8 papers. The Smithsonian has also accepted some of his specimens for their collection. I think they have over 30 million insects in that collection. It's one of the world's largest, if not the largest, insect collection. And the Smithsonian is very interested in kind of filling out the gaps, places where we don't know what insects are really there. And Wyoming is one of those. And so that's given him an opportunity, I guess, to get his name in the Smithsonian. Not everybody gets to do that. He's got a little sidekick, Allie Hazen. She liked to collect butterflies, so her parents arranged for her to spend an afternoon on Aaron's ranch one day. And she got the chance to, learn about entomology, what entomologists do. That's the study of insects, how to properly collect a specimen and prepare it for display, label it scientifically, all that jazz. And with the end result being, she's found a bug that the Smithsonian's going to accept for its collection. So at 10 years old, she's got a bug of her own that's going to the Smithsonian, which I think that's pretty cool.
That's really cool. When I first saw the story, that was my favorite part about it, is to learn that Aaron and Allie are not related. I thought this is, a granddaughter and she's being forced to kind of go along with granddad. Oh, he loves bugs. I guess I'll look at some bugs. She's bug girl herself, man. That is so cool.
She was, she said, she told me, I asked her, why are you interested in these? And it's the variety. I mean, there are thousands of bugs. They all have different weird habits. It's a rabbit hole, if you will, that you can fall into. Lots of things that are not known about the lifestyles of milk and seed bugs. And that's just one little family of one order of, so it goes on and on. This is all, Aaron is also the guy who found like 5 kissing bugs in the Wheatland area. Remember I wrote the story about kissing bugs, and a researcher had documented their presence in Wyoming. Well, after his paper came out, Aaron got in touch with him and said, oh, hey, I found 5 of those here in Wheatland. So there are more than just that one bug that was found a couple of decades ago. These bugs that Aaron found were like 5 years ago. So they are out there. It's just nobody's looking for these bugs. We don't know what's here because nobody's really looking. Well, here's a guy finally who is looking and setting all kinds of insect records in Wyoming.
Whatever floats your boat. Aaron Clark says the interesting thing about insects is you can go collect a bunch of them like on March 15th and go back 10 years in a row, March 15th, and never see another one. He said they drive you absolutely bananas. Bugs drive me buggy. But for a different reason, only because they're so pest. But Aaron's a whole different bug level. What an interesting dude. Great story.
Thanks.
What else? The spotted horse. Oh my goodness. I have to go to this. This is now on my bucket list. The spotted horse bar and grill. So neat. There'd be no reason, I guess, to ever drive that road, the Highway 1416. If you want to go between Gillette and Sheridan, it's kind of the long way if you wanted to go Buffalo to Gillette, but it's worth it for a burger at this place.
It's the back way, I think.
Yeah, the back way.
I haven't been there, so I can't really attest to anything. I'm just going on what the owner told me.
Yeah.
But she sources her beef from local ranchers. So I'm thinking the burgers have got to be pretty good. Chugwater Soda Fountain does that as well, and their burgers are amazing. That's locally raised ranch beef as well. So I can't imagine that the burgers aren't pretty fabulous. They got Polish hot dogs. They run specials every now and then, and they have other bar food. It's kind of a typical bar food menu, I think. But the thing that gets your eye, of course, is the spotted horse that's right out there. And that's where everybody takes the selfie, with the big wide Wyoming sky behind them and that spotted horse rearing up to the sky. That came from a brothel in Montana.
I love the daughter. She was 20 years old when dad dragged this home. She said, where did you get that? It's the backstory.
He was with him.
Oh, she was. But she didn't know that the backstory was sketchy. She's like, I don't know if he bought it at an auction or how he got it from the brothel, but
like most of us, she slept since then, so she can't remember particular detail.
What are you going to do with that horse, and where did you get it? And now it's famous. That horse that spotted, and by the way, it wasn't spotted when Dad bought it. She threw some white paint on it, right?
Yeah, they painted it together, and basically creating a horse that would match the bar's name. The bar is named after a Cheyenne chief who used to pass through that area quite often, whose name was Spotted Horse, Chief Spotted Horse. I
Okay.
think he was named that because he rode a spotted horse, or a lot of those kind of details are lost to history. So that's a little bit of speculation there. But I'm told that the bar has always been called Spotted Horse, like since it was built. It's 101 years old.
Yeah.
It's always been named Spotted Horse. It's been different things. It's been a general store, post office, a school. So it's been a lot of different things over the years. But it's always been kind of a community nerve center for this little area. It's a place where people can gather in the community. It's not a very big community out there. It's a lot of agricultural land, not many people. The nearest large city is Gillette, 37 miles away.
Yeah. I mean, there's no reason you would even slow down for Spotted Horse Bar and Grill. If not for maybe you're running low on your gas tank, you might need to fuel up, or running low on your stomach. Or no, there's still not a gas station there, or there's not anymore?
Yeah, I don't think there's a gas station there anymore. That old standard sign, at one point it was a gas station. It was a standard. And so that's still there. But I don't think they offer gas anymore.
Oh, wow. So now it's just the burger and a chance, a photo, a selfie with the horse. My favorite part of the story, and there's a lot to love, a 101-year-old establishment that's still hanging on in the middle of nowhere. That's cool. The horse and the backstory of the horse is great. But I just love the human aspect of Jennifer McLaughlin. Her dad bought this place in 1992, did all these things to fix it up and make it something, including dragging this horse out of Montana. But she said, don't expect me to take this thing over when you pass on. I've got no interest in this. And look where she is now, her and her husband. She's running the Spotted Horse.
Kind of famous last words.
Yeah.
We've all said things like that when we were kids, right? And we didn't know any better.
Right. I am not taking this on. You can find her flipping burgers probably later today at the Spotted Horse. That's a pretty neat story. News.
Run up there and see how the burgers are.
I'm going to go up there. It's a long haul from where I am, but the next time I'm up in that area, I am going to go to this place. I can't wait. I'm going to say I read Renee's story and I got to have a burger and get that photo.
All right.
Today's big story, lead story, Wyoming cheers as Trump injects $625 million into U.S. coal, opening up 13.1 million acres for leasing. It's all good news for Wyoming, Wyoming has some of the cleanest burning coal in the world. We just haven't been able to get anybody to take it because of the kind of climate of coal. Coal's like the uninvited guest to a party. Coal's about as welcome as coal in your stockings at Christmas, but not anymore. Coal's on the comeback.
Well, I guess some of this is market driven, Jake, and it remains to be seen what happens with the market. And I didn't get to talk with the market analyst. It wasn't available when I wrote that story, so I don't have that component in the story. But natural gas has been taking market shares away from coal for a while now. Natural gas is very cheap. And so, that's why that's happening. It's market driven. Of course, the part that isn't market driven, that part has been taken away here. So we'll see what happens with coal in the future. The Department of Energy is going to provide some cash to, modernize and extend the life of coal plants. Department of Interior is going to open up more acres to be leased for coal. So the Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, is going to roll back regulations. It's a kind of a trifecta. It's a concerted effort across departments to address some issues that have held coal back. Now it's up to the market to decide what happens.
And one final story from Renee Jean. Renee, I know you don't have opinions. You're a journalist, but I feel seeing resolution to this case that punishment was kind of hard on this guy. A Gillette 19-year-old man. The background of the story is this guy was looking for a job at the Campbell County Sheriff's Office to work in the jail. During his polygraph test, I guess he just blurted out, confessed to previous sexual abuse of minors. Some of this stuff dates back to when, and keep in mind, this guy is 19 years old now, Brad Hudson. It goes back to when he was 10, and some of the victims were younger than him. It went on till the age of 18. So I'm not trying to make light of the crime, but the sentence, potentially 24 years max in prison for somebody who came forward with the info, and from the quote in front of the judge, feels like, he understands and he's taking full responsibility. Boy, it seems hard on him.
Well, at the end of a sentence like that, he would be 43 years old. But the original charges numbered 25. And so, that would have been what? I have it here in the story somewhere.
Like each charge, 25 different, and each carries 10 years or something. Yeah, there was a lot. Yeah.
In total, he was facing 310 years, up to 250,000 in fines. So, this could have been significantly harsher. It could have been a life sentence.
Yeah.
For this kid. There are some details here in this case that I can't get into. But he did know when he was taking that polygraph test that those questions were on there. He knew that going in. And if he didn't know that going in, the polygrapher made it clear right there on the spot. So he could have, at that point, he could have said, I'm not going to take this test.
Yeah. Didn't his mom say she believed that it was his way of admitting, to coming clean is to doing purposely taking this test, this interview, knowing it would come out?
So that is what his mom's contention was, is that he took the test knowingly, knowing that that question was going to be on there, that he wanted to get help, and he saw that as a way to get that help. She also mentioned that he has Asperger's or borderline autism. And so, some behavior issues all along when this kid was growing up. The behavior, apparently, according to his confession, started when he was less than 10 years old. I'm not sure. I'm not an expert on Wyoming law, so I don't know at what point those become criminal. But at one point, he was just a young child, inappropriately touching his siblings. I don't know how that happens, but
yeah.
Well, thank you for all those stories, Renee, and appreciate it. Have a great Tuesday.
You too. We'll see you later.
All right, we got to run along on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. That's going to wrap it up for us. We'll see you again tomorrow, same time.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.